Episode 5. Come on, Ophelia. Madeline protested from the kitchen as she mixed a drink in a plastic bottle. You have to come with me. I don't want to go alone, and besides, it's Gail's game too. I took a deep breath, weighing my options. It was Wednesday afternoon, the team's last home game before Thanksgiving, and deep down I did want to support them. But I hadn't seen Joel since last week, and I was still confused. On one hand, his words had hurt me. It wasn't so much what he said, but how he said it. Joel used to treat me differently than the others, with secret smiles and tighter hugs. Never with that cutting tone and cold stare. Suddenly, it was as if the floor had been pulled out from under me, and I was no longer special to him. On the other hand, I was embarrassed. I'd let my anxiety and negative thoughts control my actions. I left without letting him explain and then ignored his calls. Part of me hoped he'd try again, but he didn't. Maybe he'd noticed how dramatic I could be and decided it wasn't worth it. Look, Madeline continued, stepping through my open bedroom door, I know you're stressed, but you don't even have to talk to Joel. He'll be playing, we'll be in the stands. And we can leave right after the game. I twisted my fingers nervously. What if he doesn't want me there? Ophelia, believe me. He wants you to go. That boy loves seeing you in the stands, and I doubt a little argument will change that. Okay, I groaned exaggeratedly as I stood up to get dressed, a USC t-shirt and dark skinny jeans. My hand lingered on Joel's sweatshirt. Would I dare wear it? Would he interpret it as a gesture of peace, or as something annoying? It's cold, put it on, Madeline ordered firmly, noticing my hesitation. I avoided overthinking it as I put it on and fixed my hair. We arrived at the stadium amid a crowd of students dressed in red and gold. After attending several games, I was no longer intimidated by the crowd's euphoric energy. In fact, I loved it. There was something magical about being there, all united, celebrating every play. Madeline led me to 2 empty seats in the front row, just behind the field barrier. I anxiously searched among the players for number 32, so focused that I barely noticed the people around me. Wow, look who's here, said a smug voice next to me. Hi, Nathaniel, I replied with a forced smile. Inside, I was mortified at the thought of being trapped next to him for 3 hours. His gaze scanned my body undisguised, but paused briefly when he saw the letters USC QB1 on my sweatshirt. I'd never thought about it before, but wearing Joel's signature piece could be interpreted as a sign. However, when Nathaniel cleared his throat and stepped away, I wasn't bothered by the misunderstanding. The players walked off the field toward the locker room as the loudspeaker announced the song Girls' performance. A group of girls in white uniforms ran out, waving their red and gold pom-poms. Among them, I recognized Holly and the red-haired cheerleader who had accompanied Joel in the pep rally, both in the center of the formation. As the music swelled, the girls began their routine. My mouth dropped open as I watched them fly through the air like trapeze artists. They performed acrobatics, kicks, and sensual moves throughout the 5-minute song, posing playfully at the end, while the audience erupted with enthusiasm. And now, please give a big hand for our homeboys, the USC Trojans, the announcer shouted as the cheerleaders left the field. Joel trotted out of the tunnel with James and Tyler at his side. The rest of the team followed behind, jumping over each other and getting pumped up for the game. They all stopped on the sideline as the coach began giving them orders, and the announcer named the opposing team, the UCLA Bruins. The game soon began, and for the first time watching Joel, I felt nervous. Something wasn't right with his game. Up until that point, he'd always displayed such confidence on the field, almost lethal. He kept a straight face as he called plays for his team and orchestrated touchdown after touchdown. He never showed any emotion, except at the end of the game, when he celebrated with his team after the victory. But now, it was clear, even to me from the stands, that he wasn't focused. He had thrown an interception early in the first quarter, handing the offense over to the opposition. The Bruins scored a touchdown, and with the extra point, the score was 7-0. As the offense came off the field, I saw Joel argue heatedly with his coach before shaking his head and walking back onto the field. My breath caught in my throat as Joel turned and scanned the crowd. Even though I was wearing a helmet, I felt the exact moment our eyes met. I couldn't see his expression, so I tried to smile encouragingly, but I knew my eyes were filled with nerves. Joel turned to my left before shaking his head and turning back to his team to give them instructions. Wasn't he happy to see me here? Maybe he was just stressed about how badly the game was going. I clenched my hands nervously as I listened to the announcer commiserate with the crowd. We're not having our best performance of the season, folks. It's 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. 2nd and 8. And there's a sack on 4th down as Joel Moore, USC's starting quarterback, comes off the field for the punt. The rest of the first half played out similarly. By halftime, my heart was breaking for Joel, who looked so defeated. His coach had been yelling at him from the sideline, but whatever was ailing him was only getting worse. The Trojans managed to make up some ground, but they were still behind 21-7. The players disappeared down the tunnel, and the cheerleaders came back out to energize the crowd. I watched without much enthusiasm as they shouted slogans and tried to get everyone together. A flash of red in the tunnel caught my eye as Joel appeared running alone, still in his gear, but without a helmet. Normally, the team stayed in the locker room for the entire halftime break, so something must be going on. Some cheerleaders were distracted from their routine by the sight of him running down the sideline, toward our side of the stadium. What's he doing? I whispered to Madeline as Joel approached. She raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile and confirmed my suspicions. It seems to be coming this way. Sure enough, Joel jumped to the edge of the field and stood on it, landing directly in front of my seat. I stood up, hesitant, as our eyes met, waiting for him to speak. Joel looked over my head at the crowd behind me, grimaced, then took me by the waist and lifted me to sit on the edge of the field. He stood in front of me, my back to the crowd so we couldn't be seen. I'm playing very badly, he said bluntly. I didn't want to agree with him, so I whispered, it's not that bad. Joel's jaw tightened in irritation, and I felt lost, not knowing what to say or do. It's wrong, Ophelia, he snapped. I flinched at the harshness of his words, still sensitive from his harsher tone. Joel sighed deeply and visibly tried to calm himself. Look, the coach told me he's going to bench me if I don't fix whatever's wrong, and that's you. Tears pooled in my eyes as I spoke. Was I the problem? I should have expected it. I nodded slowly, unsure of what to say as a tear trickled down my cheek. Hey, Joel said, alarmed, his large hand caressing my cheek to wipe away the tear. No. I'm sorry. No, shit, I'm making this worse. You're not the problem, not talking to you is. Really? I sobbed as I looked at him. His eyes softened, and he placed a kiss on my forehead. I'm sorry, really. I was stressed and being a jerk. I didn't want to feel like I was betraying Darius, but you didn't deserve that. I'm sorry too, I murmured. I shouldn't have put you in the middle of all this. I forgot you were the first. Joel hugged me tight, and I smiled with my face pressed against his chest, just the way I liked it. His head dipped down to whisper in my ear, Darius is my best friend, but you have no idea how much you mean to me, too." We both pulled away slightly, smiling softly, but Joel looked over his shoulder and tensed. "Did you come with that guy?" he asked, pointing at Nathaniel. "No way," I replied with an eye roll, causing Joel to laugh. "I just chose the wrong seat." Joel gave me one last crushing hug and a teasing smile. "I like your sweatshirt, by the way." Then he helped me down from the edge of the field and jumped back onto the pitch. I turned to return to my seat and froze when I realized how many people had been watching our interaction. I hurried back to Madeline and sank into my chair, trying to calm my breathing. "Well, that was very nice," she whispered in my ear as she patted me on the leg. "I didn't think everyone was looking at us," I replied through gritted teeth. Madeline laughed. "Oh yeah, that was straight out of a movie. I think everyone was expecting the kiss." My cheeks flushed, and I probably looked like a tomato as I tried to focus on the teams returning to the field. The second half was much better than the first. All of the Trojans returned with renewed vigor and gave their all to tie the score. Joel seemed focused and in control again as he led his team against the Bruins. I couldn't help but feel proud of him when I saw how well he played. Was it really possible that us being healthy also helped him so much? By the end of the quarter, I was screaming excitedly as I jumped up and down next to Madeline. I was sure I wouldn't have a voice tomorrow, but we were so close. Joel had just thrown a long pass to Gale. He caught it easily, ran down the field, and crossed the end zone. The game was over, and we had won 27-21. I laughed as Gale danced with excitement before running back onto the field with his team. Joel and James were hitting each other's pads, celebrating just as Gale caught up. James and Gale hugged tightly before Gale pulled away and turned to Joel. I could see Gale's huge smile even from here, and through his helmet, and hoped Joel wouldn't ruin the moment for him. Thankfully, Joel stepped forward, grabbed Gale's helmet, and tapped it with his own. He said a few words before tapping the back of his helmet. He didn't know what he'd said, but Gale's smile only grew. Madeline and I waited in the parking lot to congratulate the boys once they left the locker room. Just as the cheerleaders walked out the door, Madeline saw her friends from Policy and stepped back for a moment. "That was quite a sight at halftime," the red-haired cheerleader said sarcastically as she stopped in front of me. "Good luck with Joel Moore, though he gets bored easily." My heart leaped at the unexpected confrontation. "Oh, no. We're not dating. We're just friends," I replied quietly, looking around for Madeline. "That makes more sense," he smiled broadly. "Joel's a great friend, isn't he? In fact, we got along quite well last week." His insinuation made my throat tighten as a feeling of disappointment grew in my stomach. I didn't want to respond, afraid my emotions would overflow, so I stayed silent. "Well, good chat, girl. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think you were special or anything after what happened." I watched her walk away, frozen in place. Joel and I never talked about the girls he dated, but of course, the star quarterback would have girls like that. Tall, beautiful, confident, and experienced. I knew we were just friends, but I couldn't help the wave of jealousy that washed over me. Were my old feelings returning? I didn't know. I knew I found Joel attractive, but did I want something more with him? Well, it didn't matter because if that was the type of girl he liked, he'd never notice me. A loud noise pulled me out of my thoughts as the football team left the locker room. Joel, Gale, and James saw me and started walking toward me. James pointed into the distance, and while the other two stopped to look, he ran over and picked me up. "Those two never share, so I need my hug now," she laughed as she turned me around. The pure light of positivity and joy radiating from James was enough to make me smile and relax. I turned to Gale and Joel as he placed me back on the ground. "Congratulations, guys," I yelled, as Gale hugged me back. Finally, I turned to Joel, who opened his arms in invitation, which made me laugh. I walked over to him and rested my chin on his chest as I looked up at him. He smiled at my reaction and kissed me on the forehead. Joel led us to a restaurant about 10 minutes from the USC campus. The place had a retro 1950s feel, with bright neon lights, red and white striped booths, and striking wallpaper. The waitresses skated around in pink, short-collar dresses, carrying huge trays filled with delicious food. We settled into a table at the back, with Madeline and Joel next to me, as always, and Gale and James across from us. A waitress glided over and placed the menus on the table before taking our drink orders and leaving us alone. The front door swung open, and a din of noise reached us. Some of the football players strode in and noticed our table. "Hey, guys," Tyler said as he approached us. "Can we join in, huh?" He didn't wait for an answer and pulled up a table to sit across from us. "Hey, Ophelia," he winked at me, "thanks for getting our QB in shape out there." "Go away, Tyler," Joel growled as he kicked Tyler's chair leg and put his arm around my shoulder. The other kids sat down, greeting each other, but I noticed there were still 3 empty seats. The sound of heels caught my attention as the red-headed cheerleader and her friends walked in. Tyler whistled to get their attention, and they all walked toward us. "Hey, guys," the redhead said in a syrupy tone as she gracefully sat down, followed by the other 2 girls. Joel tensed next to me, his hand frozen mid-air on my shoulder. "Tila," Tyler nodded as he grabbed a menu. Tila sat up straight in her chair as she scanned our table. When our eyes met, I tried to smile at her as a sort of peace gesture. Maybe I'd been joking earlier, hadn't I? She glared at me and curled her lip in disdain. "Well, forget it." His face softened instantly as his gaze shifted to my right and his expression broke into a wide smile. "Joel, what are your plans for Thanksgiving? If you're sticking around, you can always join us for our Friendsgiving." "Actually," Joel said quietly, "Ophelia and I are going home tomorrow." "Oh," Tila's smile hardened. "How funny." Tyler waved his hand in the air as if swatting away a fly. Wait. Are you bringing a girl home for Thanksgiving, Moore?" "We grew up together," Joel said, looking down with a small smile. "Our families spend most of the holidays together." "Oh, how nice, so they are like family," Tila said, in a syrupy tone. Joel coughed slightly as he sipped from his glass. "No," he clarified, "family, I guess." The waitress returned to take our order before the situation got even more awkward. The guys ordered different versions of huge burgers with fries, while Madeline and I ordered nachos and chicken tenders to share. I felt guilty when I saw the 3 cheerleaders ordered salads. I should eat something like that, right? I'd always been slim, but I wasn't in shape. My stomach wasn't flat, and no matter how much I ran, my thighs still had some fat. I struggled to focus on the friendly chatter swirling around me as I compared myself to the 3 girls across the table. These uncertain feelings I was starting to have toward Joel scared me. I'd come to value our friendship so much, and now that the lines between us were blurring, things were getting complicated. Especially since I knew I could never even come close to matching Joel's level. Part of me felt like we were destined to repeat the same story. I'd eventually fall for Joel, he'd be disgusted that I thought he might like him, and our relationship would be ruined. "Hey," Joel said as he took his arm off my shoulders and gently squeezed my thigh, "are you okay?" "Oh, yeah. I hesitated, I'm thinking about the trip home tomorrow." Joel nodded and turned back to James, who was reliving the game with Gail and Tyler. Joel's hand remained on my thigh, commanding my full attention. He held the leg furthest from him, which meant his arm crossed my entire body. His thumb traveled down to my inner thigh, gently tracing the seam of my jeans. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach as I tried to focus on Madeline. When Joel put his arm around me, it felt like he was protecting me, like he thought I might lose myself if he didn't hold on. But it felt different, like he was possessive. Heat ran along my collarbone and up my neck as Joel's thumb slowly stroked me. Every small movement sent a tingling sensation up my spine, clouding my mind. Did he know what he was doing to me? I glanced at Joel through my hair and saw him still chatting with the guys, nodding as James spoke. He seemed tense. His jaw was firm, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing up and down. Joel must have sensed my gaze on him, because he looked down at me. Something passed between us that I didn't understand. There was something dark in his eyes and a blush on his cheeks that was unfamiliar to me. It was as if an electric current had built up while he stroked my thigh, and when our gazes met, that energy exploded. It was a miracle no one else could hear my racing heartbeat. I swallowed, and my eyes widened as his grip on me tightened. The veins in his forearms stood out, as if he were tensing every muscle in his body. We were locked in a staring match that neither of us could break. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it ended. Joel cleared his throat and removed his hand from my thigh. He shook his head slightly before returning to the conversation. A small push to my right caught my attention. Madeline was looking at me with raised eyebrows and a mischievous smile. Okay, it seems someone else sensed the electric current between Joel and me. I shrugged, not knowing how to explain what had just happened. My heart was racing, and I didn't know if the words would come out if I tried to speak. Fortunately, the food arrived, and we were all distracted by the thick aroma of grease, meat, and cheese. James cleared his throat before we all began to eat and raised his glass. Well, here's to Gail. That was an awesome touchdown for a rookie. We all echoed the toast. And also, James added, flashing me a mischievous grin, here's to Ophelia. Whatever you did to our quarterback at halftime helped us win, so thanks for being the only one who knows how to handle it. The other football players laughed and toasted as I sank back into my chair, blushing. Tila let out an audible snort from her seat, causing Gail to glare at her. When our gazes met, I rolled my eyes to show him he should ignore me. The clatter of cutlery filled the table as we all began to eat. I bit into a piece of tortilla as I dared a glance at Joel. He seemed more relaxed now, devouring his stuffed burger. When our eyes met again, I could see the uncertainty in his expression. I smiled weakly, trying to hold on to normalcy. He seemed to appreciate it and let out a small sigh, returning the smile. Dinner passed quickly. Joel didn't speak to me, or anyone else, until it was time to leave. To be fair, when he stood up to grab his jacket, he acted like always, putting his hand on my back to guide me to his truck. But his fingers barely touched my shoulder blades, and I sensed his restraint in the tense way he held his shoulders. The van ride to USC Village was silent. The sound of Madeline's nails tapping on her phone seeped into my consciousness as I replayed every detail of the night in my mind. Everything had started so well. Joel had been genuinely happy after we made up, which was rare, especially in groups like this. Then that awkward staring contest had ruined everything. Joel pulled up in front of our building and parked. I braced myself for another rejection as I grabbed my bag and forced a smile onto my face. I heard Madeline get out as I turned to Joel. Well, good game tonight, I said hesitantly, thanks for the ride. Joel's hand reached out and grabbed my arm. Ophelia, wait. Her eyes darted back as if making sure we weren't overheard. Look, about before, I'm sorry. Are you sorry? I frowned. Why? I shouldn't have, well. If I made you feel uncomfortable, I'm sorry. My shoulders relaxed as I realized what he meant. I hadn't felt uncomfortable with his touch before, but to be fair, this had been a very different interaction. I blushed again, remembering that moment at the restaurant. I didn't feel awkward, I felt attracted. It's okay, I said with a weak smile. It's no big deal. Joel smiled and gently tugged my arm towards him. I let my head fall on his shoulder as he wrapped his arms around me. His head leaned down to kiss my forehead, and I felt his lips smile against my skin. I just want you to feel safe with me, baby, he murmured, his lips still pressed against mine. I melted further into his touch as I let his deep voice wash over me. My muscles relaxed to the rhythm of his heartbeat pounding against my chest. I reflected on how I felt around Joel. Sometimes, I was insecure or nervous. Often, I felt inadequate. Most of the time, I felt happy, but did I ever feel insecure? Joel, I can honestly say I feel safer than ever when I'm with you. I lifted my face from his shoulder so he could see the truth in my eyes. His dark eyes softened as a soft light shone in them. I could tell my words meant something to him. So, are we okay? He asked. We're fine, I confirmed with a nod. I got out of the truck and waved to him before walking over to Madeline, who was waiting by the door. Instead of entering the building, she pointed to the garden bench and motioned for me to follow her so we could sit down. Well, she sighed, settling back into the bench, I've heard bits and pieces of your story with Joel. But, girl, what the hell are you two doing? I leaned my head back, gazing at the stars twinkling above us. The sky was a dark blue backdrop for the small lights that caught my attention. The cold night air pricked my lungs in the best way possible. As if each breath washed away my worries and cleared my cloudy mind. I don't know anymore, Mads, I whispered. I thought I loved him at one point in my life. Then I thought I hated him. Now, we're friends. But I've never had such an all-consuming friendship. I'm worried Britt and Bella were right. I'm in too deep, and I don't know if I can handle it. Well, first of all, those girls were wrong. They were mean, condescending, and selfish. You can handle anything you need to, these past few months have proven that. And what do you think? About Joel? What am I doing? Madeline sighed and settled further into the pew, looking up at the sky with me. I'll be honest, I think whatever's going on between you two is very complicated. I mean, everyone basically thinks you're dating because of how you treat each other. But then you talk, and I think, well, you've known each other for years. Maybe it's natural that you're getting so close. I think I do like him, I said, so quietly I wasn't sure I wanted him to hear it. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I loved him for so long and now we're close. But lately, I've been a lot more. I swallowed, aware of him. You mean the look they were giving each other in the restaurant? Madeline smiled mischievously. And all the sleepovers, the forehead kisses, the touching. I finished. How could it have started out so innocently and now suddenly make me feel all aroused? Madeline burst out laughing. I swear you sound just like my grandmother. She shook her head, still laughing. But seriously, I think it's clear something's going on, not just for you, but for him as well. But I think you need to be careful if you want to preserve the friendship. My brows furrowed as I nodded slowly, considering his words. I think that's my problem. I've been so happy having Joel as a friend. Then there are those moments, sometimes just a few seconds, when I want more. But then reality hits, and I remember I'm talking about Joel, and I'm me. Even if by some miracle he likes me back, it would be a disaster. Well, I think it's fair to be cautious. But seriously, Ophelia, if you ever decide you want more, don't be surprised if Joel's on the same page. We stayed there for another hour, staring up at the stars as if they could give us the answers we needed. I tried to gather my thoughts, but it was impossible. I simply couldn't overcome my belief that Joel could never see me as anything more than a friend. Which meant I'd just have to accept and be happy with where we were. My body felt heavy as emotions flooded through me. The day had been so exhilarating. It had been a roller coaster ever since I decided to go to Joel's soccer game, and now, although I wasn't as upset anymore, I was still feeling the effects of the intense ups and downs. Well, at least tomorrow will be a new day, Madeline murmured as we stood up to stretch and head inside. Yes, tomorrow would be a new day. A day when I would drive back home with Joel to see my family, whom I missed dearly. I silently prayed that all my overflowing emotions would stay in check this weekend, so that I could truly enjoy my time with my family and the Moores, like I hadn't since I was 16. I sank deeper into the pillow, as if I could merge with it and escape reality. The menacing red numbers on my alarm clock read 6:15 a.m., a time that should only exist in nightmares and documentaries about extreme early risers. I was about to give up and return to the arms of Morpheus when, suddenly, the image of Ophelia and her wide eyes appeared in my mind. It was she who wanted to get home as soon as possible. If it were up to me, I'd show up at my parents' house just in time for dinner and then head straight back to college. But Ophelia insisted the day before Thanksgiving dinner was just as important. Who am I to argue with her? So here I was, dragging myself out of bed at dawn like a sleepy zombie, all to please her. As I stepped under the hot shower, the events of the previous night came flooding back to me. Boy, did I really mess her up. I couldn't deny that I'd been living in a fantasy world where I thought I had some kind of claim on Ophelia. But last night, I lost control. The warmth of her thigh beneath my hand clouded my senses, and my logic. Her soft curves fit perfectly in my palm, and that sent my mind into freewheeling chaos. I wanted to explore every inch of her body, and it took all my willpower not to throw myself at her right there in the middle of the restaurant. I'd convinced myself it was all mutual, that maybe she was just as excited as I was. But then I saw the fear in her eyes, and it was like a punch in the gut. I'd made her uncomfortable. Of course I had. Ophelia was sweet, pure, and innocent. Even if she had feelings for me, which she didn't, she was probably horrified people were around. I'm a real mess. I clutched my hair tightly as I rinsed out the shampoo. I had to remember who I was dealing with. Being selfish and dragging Ophelia into my nonsense was the worst thing I could do. Half an hour later, I parked in front of Ophelia's building and texted her, "I'm outside." When she appeared through the door carrying a bag that seemed to weigh more than she did, I jumped out of my truck and ran toward her. "Good morning, honey," I said as I took the bag from her and threw it over my shoulder. Instead of answering, Ophelia just shuffled toward the truck, muttering unintelligibly. She looked like she'd rolled straight out of bed. She was wearing my red sweatshirt, again, and gray pants that were tight at the ankles. The only things sticking out were her small, sandaled feet. She shielded herself from the morning sun with her hood, which left my last name visible on her back, and a stupid pride surged in my chest as I returned to my fantasy. "Too cute for this world," I murmured, running a hand over my face before following her. Once inside the truck, I looked over at Ophelia to see how she was doing. She was curled up in a ball, her feet up on the seat and her face resting in her hands, blinking slowly like a sleepy kitten. I envied her ability to be comfortable anywhere, thanks to her small stature. I, on the other hand, hated being in a vehicle other than the driver. It was torture having to bend like a pretzel to fit into spaces that clearly weren't designed for people my size. Honey, why are you so grumpy? You're the one who wanted to get up early. I would have gladly slept a couple more hours, I said, not realizing those were exactly the wrong words. Ophelia's eyes widened, and her mouth moved like a goldfish's, as if she couldn't decide where to start scolding me. Finally, a disbelieving sigh escaped his throat as he stared at me. I'm not in a bad mood. I just didn't sleep much last night. Besides, you're not one to talk, he said, turning his head to look out the window. I stood there silently, trying to figure out what I should do at that moment. I decided to grab a coffee before starting the trip. An angry Ophelia was genuinely unsettling me. Her furrowed eyebrows and slightly protruding lower lip looked adorable, but they didn't fit with her normally cheerful face. These fancy coffee shops always confused me. I didn't know how to order a mocha frappe venti with skim milk and other strange combinations. Fortunately, I had saved Ophelia's coffee order on my phone, so I just had to find the screenshot and show it to the server. I handed the iced coffee to the little Storm in the passenger seat and waited to see if it would work like some kind of magic potion that would make her back to her old self. Ophelia circled the straw with her lips and sipped cautiously, as if she thought I was trying to poison her. His eyes lit up at the taste of the coffee, and I breathed a sigh of relief when his brows relaxed. Good, now we could continue. The drive began in silence. I had the radio on low so there was some background noise, but other than that, the only sounds were Ophelia's soft sipping through her straw. I tried to relax and not dwell too much on what had happened last night. As time passed, the white lines on the asphalt began to calm my mind. I frowned as a somewhat unpleasant chemical smell reached me. I looked over at Ophelia and saw she had a small bottle of Bordeaux resting on her knee. What's that? I asked, grimacing. She looked up with a raised eyebrow and showed me the bottle. It's nail polish. I didn't have time to do it last night and I want them to look nice for dinner. Get it out of my truck, Ophelia, it smells bad, I said, annoyed. Ophelia rolled her eyes and let out an exasperated sigh. I won't have time when we get to my parents' house. I still have to get ready for the day. Besides, I'll finish quickly, just open the window. I stared at her, completely ignoring me as she began painting her nails. I rested my arm on the center console and flexed my hand a few times to release the tension. I really had to start setting boundaries, or I'd soon be labeled weak. A tickle on my pinky finger brought me out of my thoughts. Seriously, honey, take that off your nail. What? I think it looks good. Ophelia laughed, clearly proud of herself. Be careful, she added, pulling my hand away, as if the burgundy paint might fall off. It's wet, don't get it all over the truck. I froze my hand in midair like it was a bomb that could explode at any moment. I don't know how, but I'm going to get this back, I muttered, shooting her a glare. She smiled widely and went back to painting her nails without a care. At least I was back to my usual cheerful Ophelia self. I really am a fool, I muttered under my breath. The rest of the trip passed more peacefully. Ophelia put away her nail polish and talked to me non-stop the entire way. I nodded absent-mindedly as she gushed about all the traditions we were about to experience and the people we were about to see. If anyone else talked that much around me, I'd probably explode, but Ophelia's voice was so soft and light, it felt like music. My mom had texted me saying she and Yvonne would already be at the Allens' house when we got to town, so I headed straight there. The moment I parked, Ophelia jumped out of the car and ran for the door. I took my time grabbing her purse before following her, hearing her squeal of joy. I walked into the living room and saw Ophelia cuddled between her mom and dad. They were both excited as they caught up. My mom quickly got up from the couch and came toward me with open arms. "Hi, baby," he said softly as he pulled me down to hug me. "Hi, Mom," I replied, scrunching up my face when he insisted on kissing me on the cheek. "And Dad?" Mom's face fell for a moment, but then her smile returned and she said in a honeyed voice, "Oh, honey, he wanted to be here. But he had a business trip he couldn't miss. His boss has been putting a lot of pressure on him lately." I straightened and didn't respond. I didn't know what to say, except, "Do you think I'm as naive as Yvonne?" I didn't like being rude to my mom after everything I'd done to her, so I preferred to remain silent. Speaking of my sister, I looked around for Yvonne, already knowing where she would be. Sure enough, there she was, sitting in a chair in the corner looking at her iPad. Yvonne had been a surprise baby long after my parents gave up trying to give me a sibling. I was 15 when she was born, and to be honest, my mom already had her hands full dealing with my attitude and my dad's complications. "Hey, put that thing down and say hi to your brother," I scolded as I waved my hand in front of her face. Yvonne's chubby cheek stretched into a big smile as she put down her iPad and stood up from her chair for me to take it. I easily picked her up and hugged her as she settled onto my hip. I felt bad because she was often left to her own devices, but it was hard when I was in school year-round and at boot camps during the summer. "Joel, guess what?" Yvonne whispered in my ear, covering her mouth with her little hand to block out the sound. "What?" I replied quietly, playing along. "Chicken butt," she suddenly shouted in my ear. I quickly moved away as she collapsed into my arms, laughing. "I see kindergarten is teaching her some very important things," I commented unfazed to my mother. Yvonne had caught the Allens' attention as well. Ophelia came over to greet her, and she calmed down enough to greet her. Yvonne stayed in my arms as I told Ophelia about her school friends. Her small hand gripped my shirt as she leaned down and spoke expressively about all her 5-year-old antics. I smiled as Ophelia listened intently, nodding at the right moments and chiming in with questions to show her interest. Yvonne glowed under Ophelia's attention, while I watched. Remembering we weren't alone, I looked up and saw our parents watching us silently. Mrs. Allen and my mom shared knowing smiles, their eyes shining with excitement. Mr. Allen, however, looked serious. His gaze was fixed on Ophelia's back, where my last name appeared on her jacket. What had once filled me with pride now made my pulse race. Our eyes met, and his lips pressed together, but he didn't say anything. "So where is Darius?" Ophelia asked, oblivious to our parents' stares. "He was called into work this morning, but he'll be right back. Would you like something to eat?" Mrs. Allen replied. We all headed to the kitchen to eat some sandwiches. The aroma of dinner was already wafting through the air as the countertops were piled high with mysterious dishes. I sat on a stool with Yvonne on my lap while Ophelia excused herself to clean her hands. I tried to focus on my sister to avoid our mother's curious stares. Mr. Allen had gone to his office to finish some work, and this was the perfect opportunity for the two of them to approach me. The front door swung open, and I was relieved to know only Jesus could enter the house that way. A few seconds later, I heard his heavy footsteps running toward the kitchen. "Joel! Brother!" Darius shouted, slapping me on the back. "What's up, man?" I replied, genuinely happy to see him again. He'd always been like a brother to me, even when I treated him badly. Guilt churned in my stomach as I thought about the captivating girl upstairs. I hoped Jesus was okay with my new relationship with his little sister. "So," he said as if about to share a secret. "I haven't heard from you lately." I woke up on Friday feeling terrible. I tossed and turned until the wee hours of the morning, obsessing over Joel and Jesus's date night. I knew it was ridiculously unfair to expect Joel not to hang out with his best friend. The two barely had time to see each other, and bars were their usual plan. But deep down, a selfish part of me wished he'd stayed. If I was completely honest with myself, it wasn't his outing that bothered me, but the fact that his goal was to infiltrate a girls' night out. I spent most of my insomnia imagining scenarios in which the two of them acted as allies to woo someone. Had Joel met someone he liked? Had something happened between them? I knew Madeline had said Bella and Britt were wrong when they came to USC, but now I was sure that wasn't the case. I'd gotten myself into something bigger than me, and last night had confirmed it. Even if Joel hadn't been with someone, sooner or later it was bound to happen. And when it did, he wouldn't be the bad guy, and I wouldn't be the victim, but it would hurt. I couldn't continue our relationship like this, paralyzed by the fear of that moment. These thoughts danced through my head as I showered. The hot water droplets hit my skin like tiny bullets. When I stepped out, my body was flushed, but my mind was clearer. There had to be a way to preserve my friendship with Joel. I just needed to protect my heart, something I didn't know how to do at 16. I had to step back, create more defined boundaries between us. Maybe that way I could sort out my feelings. The Friday after Thanksgiving was traditionally a family day. My mother would make a big pot of turkey soup, and we would spend the day relaxing, enjoying the leftovers. Sometimes they would invite friends over, but always in a relaxed and casual atmosphere. With that in mind, I dressed in light blue skinny jeans, rolled up at the ankles and ripped at the knees, and paired them with one of my vintage Chargers jerseys, gray with light blue sleeves. I wore my makeup naturally and let my hair dry in its natural curls. The morning passed slowly. I helped my mother chop vegetables for soup and prepare trays of leftovers for sandwiches. The steady rhythm of the knife against the board helped me focus, immersing myself in the comforting routine of cooking with her. As a teenager, I didn't value these moments, but now, far from home, I understood how precious they were. Around noon, Jesus's door swung open and two pairs of heavy footsteps descended the stairs. I took a deep breath just before they appeared in the kitchen and managed a serene smile. Joel and Jesus shuffled in, their eyes puffy with sleep and their hair disheveled. Jesus greeted us pleasantly before pouring 2 cups of coffee. I noticed Joel's gaze settle on me as he lingered behind me for a moment. "Come on, sit down. Dinner will be ready soon," I said cheerfully, looking up at him. He slowly approached the kitchen island, watching me as if unsure if it was safe to approach. I mustered all my strength to convey calm, smiled again, and went back to my business. "How was your evening?" I asked as Jesus sat next to Joel and handed him a cup. "Amazing," Jesus replied. "I can't believe they're already coming back tomorrow. I might have to go to USC the weekend before Christmas." I nodded distractedly as he told a story from the night before. Since he hadn't mentioned any girls, I was only half attentive. My mom asked me to get some paper plates, so I dried my hands and headed into the back room. I had to move several large boxes, but eventually I found the box with all our disposable plates and utensils in a corner of the room. I turned triumphantly as I grabbed what I needed, but I almost lost my balance when a large figure appeared behind me. "Joel! What are you doing? You scared me." I reproached him. "I'm sorry, it's just. I wanted to know how your night went," he said as he took a step towards me. I lifted her chin slightly, trying to convey nonchalance as I replied, "It was great. We played a few games, and then I went to bed early." Joel took another step, reaching up to touch my cheek. "I missed you last night," he said softly. Now he was standing right in front of me, our chests just inches apart. The heat from his body radiated into mine, while his woody cologne invaded my senses. "I wish I had stayed," he whispered, leaving his hand on my shoulder. I jumped back, needing to put some space between us to reduce the intoxicating buzzing in my head. I straightened my back and walked around him, making sure to give him enough room to avoid any contact. "Don't be silly, you guys needed a guys' night out," I shrugged. "Besides, it's not like you'll find any available girls at a family dinner," I said, looking over my shoulder, hoping I didn't sound too bitter. When I returned to the kitchen, our party had grown. Mrs. Moore and Yvonne had replaced me behind the island, and my dad was introducing Jesus to two men. "Aw, honey, come meet my coworker," my dad said, extending his arm for me to approach him. I looked at the two men and knew they must be related. They were both about 5 feet 11 inches tall, with muscular arms. They had brown skin and matching olive eyes. They both looked at me, smiling with full, wide lips. The only difference was that one looked about 20 years older than the other. "Awfully, this is our new accountant Rick and his son Manny. This is my daughter, Ophelia." I smiled politely at both men as we shook hands. Rick asked my dad a question about the construction of our house, and suddenly I found myself alone with Manny. "So, you're a Chargers fan, huh?" he asked with a sly smile. "We all are in this family, so be careful what you say," I joked. Manny raised his hands in mock surrender and let out a musical laugh. No. They're great. Although, when was the last time they made the playoffs?" "In 2018, thanks for asking," I replied sarcastically. Manny's eyes lit up and his lips curled in amusement. "Well, I have to respect a fan who's at least devoted." "Dinner's ready," my mom yelled. Manny followed me into the kitchen, where we all lined up to serve ourselves. Since it was casual, my mom let the younger ones carry our plates into the living room while the adults and Yvonne ate at the table. I settled into the armchair and placed my bowl on the coffee table in front of me. The three boys followed close behind, balancing their food. Jesus immediately settled into the recliner, and Joel tried to follow me to the small couch. Before he could, Manny circled around the coffee table and sat down next to me. He gave me a mischievous grin, making me think he knew exactly what he was doing. Joel, annoyed, moved to the couch across from us. "So," Manny said, "where do you go to school?" "I'm not in school, it's not my thing," Jesus replied with a cocky smile. "Ophelia and I go to USC, Joel said stiffly. I narrowed my eyes at his rude tone. He didn't need to be so rude just because Manny had stolen his spot. Manny threw his head back and shook his head in disbelief. "I don't believe this. You're Trojans." He tapped me on the shoulder. "I don't think we can be in the same room. I'm a Bruin." "Joel is the Trojan," Jesus joked. "He's the quarterback." Manny looked at Joel with a slow, appraising gaze. "I'm not surprised. I probably should have guessed, you have that all-American look. I can see you married to Gisele Bundchen in a few years." Joel's mouth twisted in disgust as Jesus and I laughed at the joke. "So, are you going to UCLA?" I asked before Joel could answer. "This is my senior year," Manny replied proudly. He lowered his voice and smiled mischievously. "I guess that means we're neighbors." The sparkle in his eyes made me blush. "I guess so," I replied softly. "Ugh, that's gross," Jesus said aloud. No flirting with my sister. I broke eye contact with Manny and looked at the other two guys. Darius shook his head in mock disgust, easing my embarrassment. A darkness seemed to fall over Joel's shoulders that he didn't fully understand. I don't think he liked being the butt of Manny's jokes, but he didn't need to frown so intensely. His jaw was clenched and his lips thin, as if he were physically straining to remain silent. Manny didn't seem to notice the reaction he was causing as he laughed easily with Jesus. The rest of the afternoon passed pleasantly. I sat back most of the time, enjoying the funny stories Jesus and Manny shared. His humor even managed to obscure the dark cloud surrounding Joel. He spent most of the day staring at his phone screen or watching football highlights on TV. I felt bad because he clearly wasn't having a good time, but I resisted the temptation to push him away. I tried to remind myself that if I wanted to be his genuine friend, I needed to put some distance between us. Shortly after, Rick came into the living room to tell Manny they had to go. The three of us got up to say goodbye, meeting my parents in the foyer. Rick and my dad chatted about Monday's work while Jesus and Manny gave each other an awkward boyish handshake. Joel barely nodded when Manny said goodbye to him. Turning to me, Manny gave me a mischievous grin and signaled me to follow him outside. The sun was setting, turning the sky brilliant shades of pink and orange. I didn't wear shoes, so the cool grass tickled my feet as I followed Manny across the lawn to his dad's car. "So what's up with you and the All-American?" Manny said with a smirk. "What?" I replied, puzzled. He tilted his head and gave a low laugh. "I'm a guy. I know when I'm treading on someone else's territory." I frowned at his comment. "You mean me? Joel and I are just friends." Wow, Manny bared his teeth as he sucked in air. "You friend-zoned him." "I didn't put him in the friend zone. It's just, I don't know," I answered vaguely. He smiled and looked over my shoulder, taking a small step toward me. "So, can I have your Instagram or something?" My cheeks heated as I nodded uncertainly and gave him my username. I wasn't sure if Manny was still in joke mode or not, but my Instagram seemed innocent enough. Rick appeared at the entrance to the driveway and called Manny to get in the car. I waved goodbye, enjoying the cool evening air as I watched them drive off. I wrapped my arms around myself as I walked back into the house. A distracted smile appeared on my lips as I walked toward the door. I didn't think Manny's jokes were that serious, but I was proud of myself for that day. I wasn't the life of the party, but I managed to socialize with someone new in a way I never would have been able to before going to USC. "Are you having fun?" A cold voice interrupted my thoughts. "Wow, Joel. You need to stop appearing out of nowhere." I put my hand to my heart as I noticed him sitting in the porch chair. Joel ignored my shock and stood up to approach me. He shook his head slowly while rubbing his jaw. "I don't like him." "Well, you didn't give him a fair chance, did you?" I responded curtly. "If you'd stopped sulking for 5 minutes, you'd realize Manny is a pretty nice guy." He gave a humorless laugh as he ran his long fingers through his hair. "Come on, Ophelia. Don't be naive. He just wants." He stopped and shook his head. "Why do you care?" I whispered, avoiding his gaze. Joel's warm hand rested on my cheek, lifting my face to meet his eyes. My mind blurred as I lost myself in the warmth of his brown eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that." "Hey, I'm almost there. I'm just filling up the tank." I squinted as I read Joel's text on my phone screen, trying to decipher the hidden message behind his words. We hadn't spoken the night before after our kiss. His family was gone, and I stayed in my room until I was sure I could control my emotions. I thought maybe he'd text or call me before bed, but when I woke up that morning, all I'd received was that text. About gas. Ugh. From the moment our lips touched, my whole world had changed. It was as if, my entire life, I hadn't been breathing fully. And then, suddenly, I could fill my lungs completely. It was liberating, exciting, and, well, absolutely terrifying all at the same time. Had I been naive to believe Joel felt the same way about our kiss? I'm no expert, but how is it possible that just one person can experience something like that? But why did Joel kiss me, crossing that invisible line, if he didn't care? Wait, did he kiss me or did I kiss him? I couldn't remember. Everything was a blur, between deep breaths and small touches. My mind was a whirlwind of anxious thoughts as I packed my things and prepared to return to school. I wasn't as sad about leaving home as I thought I would be. I'd been at USC for almost 3 months, and this was my first trip back home. I thought I'd be really nervous about leaving my family, but that was okay. I missed Mads and Gail so much, and I knew I'd see them again in less than a month for Christmas. The satisfaction I felt at simply being okay gave me the motivation to hold my head high and head down the stairs. My family was waiting for me in the living room. Their dull faces shook my confidence a little, but I reminded myself that I'd already been on my own for months, so I could handle one more. Come here, my dad said gently, opening his arms for me to join him on the couch. I sank into his embrace, feeling the peace of my father's love envelop me as I rested my head on his chest. I looked up as I felt the cushion next to me sink. Jesus sank down with an exaggerated sigh and wrapped his arms around me. We're going to miss you, beautiful girl. My mom smiled as she came over to rest on my dad's knee. My dad wrapped his free arm around my mom as we all enjoyed the last few seconds of family time. I loved watching how easily my parents showed their affection for each other. They never hid how deeply in love they had always been with each other. I think it's part of the reason Jesus and I are so comfortable with physical affection. It's always been that way in our house. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door before it even opened. Heavy footsteps echoed across the wooden floor of the foyer before stopping at the entrance to the living room. My back was to the archway separating the two spaces, but I already knew it was Joel. Stay calm, Ophelia. Go away. You can't take her, Jesus protested, tightening his hold on me. His comment was met with absolute silence, which was unusual, even for Joel. Normally, he at least entertained Jesus's nonsense. I broke away from my dad and brother's embrace to compose myself and stand up. What I saw almost made me sigh. Joel was still wearing the same clothes as the night before. His skin had a grayish hue that accentuated the stubble beginning to grow on his jaw. Deep dark circles, almost like bruises, stood out under his sunken eyes. But what really made me shudder were his eyes. When our gazes met, a chill ran down my spine. Joel's eyes were empty. It was a stark contrast to the last time I'd seen them, full of warmth and intensity. Now, they were dull, hollow, and indifferent. They scanned our small family gathering coolly, observing the embrace we were sharing, before returning to me. Are you ready? I have practice soon. Joel's voice sounded hoarse and raspy. Is he sick? Is that why he looked like that? I nodded quickly. Yes, just let me say goodbye one more time. Joel didn't wait for me. Instead, he quickly turned to leave again. He paused for a moment before disappearing behind the dividing wall. When he came back into view, he was carrying the gym bag he'd left at the bottom of the stairs. Without another glance at us, he strode out of the house. I quickly hugged my family again, telling them I loved them. My father was the last, and when we separated, he stopped me and placed his hand on my shoulder. Take care of yourself, okay? He asked harshly, looking at the door Joel had just left. Sure, Dad. I kissed his cheek before giving everyone a sad smile and walking away. Joel was already in the truck when I pulled into the driveway, so I quickly climbed into the passenger seat. I tried not to let it bother me that he was acting this way. I had to give him the benefit of the doubt until I knew what was going on. As the truck pulled away beneath me, my whole family came out onto the porch to say goodbye. My mom and Jesus had tearful smiles as they laughed and blew me kisses. My dad, however, looked stiff and worried. His shoulders were squared, and he stood tall. His eyes were fixed on something to my left, and when I turned around, I understood what was happening. Joel and my dad were engaged in a sort of silent conversation. Both men clenched their jaws as they stared at each other intensely. Nervously, I glanced between them, trying to understand what was happening. Finally, Joel broke eye contact, nodded to himself, shifted into reverse, and pulled out of the driveway. We drove in silence for a while. Joel's knuckles were white from gripping the wheel. He didn't look at me or say anything. He just stared at the road with his lips pursed. I twisted my fingers obsessively, trying to stem the tears that wanted to fall. This wasn't the man I'd been expecting today. I'd been nervous about seeing Joel after the kiss, but I never imagined he'd present himself in such a distant manner. He was trying to convince me something was wrong, but I hadn't done anything to him, and yet his anger also seemed directed at me. I hadn't done anything, except kiss him. Joel, are you okay? I whispered, unable to bear the silence any longer. Joel's knuckles tightened even further at the sound of my voice. The veins in his forearms stood out sharply against his tanned skin. I'm fine, he said curtly, not bothering to look at me. Well, you don't seem well. Is this because of last night? Nerves pulsed through my body, tightening my throat and making my voice sound small and shaky. Joel didn't respond immediately, torturing me with his silence. I thought my heart would burst out of my chest if he didn't respond soon, but then I learned that words could hurt much more than silence. Do you think one kiss made me feel like this? Oh my God, Ophelia. That was a mistake. It never should have happened. If I'd known you were going to make such a fuss, I never would have done it. My eyes burned with tears as a chill settled in my heart. I didn't respond. I couldn't have, even if I'd wanted to. My throat closed and my chest tightened as pain engulfed me. I'd been so foolish. Foolish for thinking the kiss meant anything. Foolish for thinking Joel might have feelings for me. Fool for ever becoming friends with him in the first place. Fool. Hot tears rolled down my cheeks as I forced myself to breathe deeply through my nose. Joel wasn't looking at me, but I was determined not to let him see the pain he'd caused. I turned away, staring out the window as I cried silently. How did this happen? After all these years, I was still naive enough to feel ashamed of Joel Moore. I stayed like that for the rest of the ride. A cold silence filled the van as neither of us seemed interested in saying anything else. As we arrived at USC Village, I tried to think of something impactful I could say to Joel. Something that would hurt him as much as he'd hurt me. Something to show him it was over, that this was goodbye. But everything I came up with would only work if Joel truly cared. He'd already made it clear he didn't, so what was the point? The truck thumped to a stop in front of the bedroom, and without saying anything, I got out. I didn't look at him or say anything. It wasn't worth it anymore. Besides, I didn't want him to see my wet face or hear the weakness in my voice. I wouldn't give him that pleasure. Keeping my head down, I opened the back door and grabbed my gym bag. I thought I heard a deep breath, but I closed the door and got in before I could process it. My mind was numb as I entered the building and headed for the elevator. A few people looked at me strangely, but I didn't care anymore. Oh my God, Ophelia. What happened? Madeline's voice sounded sharp as I entered our bedroom and dropped my bag inside. She rushed over, lifted my face, and began examining me for injuries. I stared at her blankly, my body shutting down under the weight of my own pain. "Kiss Joel," was all I could say. I didn't even recognize my own voice. Understanding dawned in Madeline's eyes as she looked at my face. She nodded without asking any further questions. Instead, she put her arm around me and guided me toward the sofa. I was distantly aware that she was calling someone, but I wasn't concentrating on her words. Her anxious voice was like a bee buzzing in the background that I wanted to push away. I stood there for a while until I heard the front door open. A pathetic little part of me hoped it was Joel, but it wasn't. "Hi, Smalls," Gale said as he approached me. He sat next to me on the couch and, without waiting for an invitation, gently pulled me onto his lap. His wide arms gently surrounded me as he rested his chin on my head. "Do you want to talk about it?" I relaxed against his chest, breathing deeply as his heart pounded against my shoulder blade. Madeline sat on the coffee table across from us, watching me, waiting. "I don't even know what to say," I whispered hoarsely. It all happened again. I hated the cracks in my voice. "What happened again?" Gale asked softly. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my jumbled brain into coherent sentences. "Joel and I kissed last night. But this morning, he said it was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. It didn't mean anything." "Oof," Gale growled. Madeline shot her a look to shut her up. "Ophelia, that doesn't make sense. Joel is crazy about you. Even if he regretted the kiss, I can't imagine him being so cruel for no reason." I shrugged, still somewhat lost. I couldn't think of any theories about why Joel acted the way he did. Right now, what made the most sense was that he simply didn't care. I didn't realize I was crying again until Gale's delicate finger gently wiped my cheek. "I don't know. I think something weird is going on here," Madeline mused. Gale shifted in his seat, as if he had a lot of pent-up energy he couldn't release. "Who cares, Mads? There's no excuse for him to say that. I'm just saying that everything he's done so far suggests that he cares about you, Ophelia. At least as a friend." Gale snorted and lifted me off his lap to take his phone out of his pocket. "Sorry, Smalls. I have to go practice." He leaned over and gave me another hug. His warmth relaxed some of the tension in my muscles. But then he was gone. I noticed a glance he shot at Madeline as he left, which she returned with a warning look. I wasn't sure what they were talking about, but I didn't care enough to ask. I settled back onto the couch, closing my eyes. A soft plush fabric covered me, and I opened my eyes. Madeline was standing in front of me, having covered me with my blanket. The familiar smell made me smile a little, which she reciprocated with relief. "Just sleep, honey. Maybe this will all look better after we rest." I doubted it. But regardless, I closed my eyes and lay back. Joel's cold voice floated into my consciousness as my mind loosened its grip on my dreams. Blurry images of his face mocked my vision. I just wanted to leave, but his laughter haunted me. I couldn't escape. It wrapped around my body and tightened in my throat. Mocking me. Ridiculing me. When I woke up, I didn't remember many details. I just had an overwhelming feeling of disappointment in myself. I can't believe I let it happen again. Episode 6. Fragments of my ruin. Useless. Bang. You're good for nothing. Bang. Stop being pitiful. Bang. Be a man. Bang. My father's words echoed in my mind like a poisonous thud, fueling every blow I threw against the wall. My knuckles, already raw and bleeding, burned with each impact, but the pain was the only anchor keeping me sane. Every crunch of my bones against the concrete was a reminder that I deserved this. I just dropped Ophelia off at her dorm, and the look on her face as she grabbed her backpack tore me apart. Physically, mentally, emotionally, it tore me apart. I forced myself not to look at her the entire ride back to USC. I knew if I did, if I actually saw her, I'd fall apart. I'd confess everything, and she, in her infinite kindness, would surely try to comfort me. But I didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve to wallow in my misery. Yet I couldn't resist. A fleeting glance in the rearview mirror told me nothing would happen. But I was wrong. God, how wrong I was. Her eyes, puffy and dull, her thick eyelashes still wet, stuck to her flushed cheeks. Her lower lip trembled before she bit down hard, holding back tears. She was trying to be strong. I could tell. I wanted to stop the car, run to her, and beg for forgiveness. But I didn't. Coward. Instead, I let her go and drove aimlessly, looking for a place to vent my rage. An alley behind a bar seemed inconspicuous enough. In broad daylight, it would be empty. Solitary. With concrete walls hard enough to withstand my anger. I couldn't harm them, but they could harm me. Maybe my father was right. Maybe I was useless. A coward. I needed to pull myself together, stop dragging others down with me. When I finally got into my truck to head to practice, I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. Numb, like the rest of me. I pulled a bottle of rubbing alcohol from under the seat and poured it over my hands like water. The liquid burned into each wound, washing away the dried blood as I gritted my teeth. I tried to calm myself during the ride, but it was impossible. My hands throbbed, my body itched from yesterday's sweaty clothes. I told myself soccer would help, that training would distract me. But deep down, I knew nothing would fix it. I'd hurt Ophelia. I'd ruined everything. She'd be better off without me. I wished she'd realize it soon. But until then, I'd carry the guilt. Dude, you look like shit. Tyler patted me on the shoulder as he walked past my locker. I didn't respond. I needed to get changed quickly and get out onto the field. More teammates arrived in the locker room, but I kept my back to the team, focused on my ritual. Just as I was about to put on my jersey, hurried footsteps echoed in the room. An unusual silence fell over the usual hubbub. Son of a... was all I heard before a shove sent me slamming into the locker. I held on, turning to face whoever it was. Gale stood before me, his chest heaving, his gaze filled with fury. I didn't have time to react before his fist connected with my jaw. A sharp crack cut through the air, followed by the astonished murmurs of the rest of the team. How dare you, he spat through gritted teeth, fury vibrating in every word. I had no defense. And I didn't blame him. All I could do was hold his gaze, silent. My stillness seemed to enrage him even more. He shoved me hard in the chest, causing me to crash into the metal lockers. The blow was sharp, and the pain stabbed like a needle between my shoulder blades. But I did nothing to stop it. I felt I deserved it. Finally, James and Tyler snapped out of their shock. They rushed toward Gale to restrain him, positioning themselves at his sides like human barriers. Gale struggled with fierce determination, nearly breaking free on more than one occasion. You had to admit, he had guts. No one else would dare confront me like that without expecting a harsh retaliation. Let me go, he growled through gritted teeth. He deserves it. Tell them what you did. I shuddered at those words. The same ones my father had spat at me last night. Tyler and James exchanged puzzled glances, trying to understand why Gale was so out of sorts and why I wasn't putting up any resistance. What are you talking about? James finally asked. I couldn't say it. I couldn't explain what I'd done or the damage I'd caused. I hung my head, unable to bear the weight of my own mistakes. He kissed Ophelia, Gale blurted out, every word thick with rage. And then he told her she meant nothing to him. I couldn't bring myself to look up to see my classmates' reactions. Each of them, in their own way, had grown fond of Ophelia. It's true, some would probably have tried to win her over if I weren't involved. But most saw her as a younger sister, someone deserving of respect and care. I didn't bother to correct Gale. I hadn't said she didn't mean anything, but that the kiss didn't mean anything. But, in the end, I had lied anyway. And I was a coward. The silence that followed among my classmates said it all. They agreed with him. What the hell is going on here? The coach roared from the doorway. Tyler and James immediately let go of Gale, but it was too late. The coach had seen the confrontation, had seen my bruised jaw. Boy, could that kid throw a punch. Reynolds, the coach thundered, his gaze blazing, you better have a good excuse. Violence is not tolerated on this team, especially in the locker room. The university's policy is clear, no fighting. Gale held his gaze bravely. He didn't respond immediately, but he didn't back down either. It was my fault, coach, I finally chimed in, raising my face. I felt everyone was watching me, and I must have looked pretty bad, because even the coach looked away in discomfort. I'd already entered the locker room with pale skin and deep dark circles under my eyes, but now my eyes were starting to sting with that familiar, humiliating burn. I knew I looked like I was about to break. Believe me, I deserved it, I sighed, slumping my body against the lockers. I didn't do it for Gale. I wasn't looking for his forgiveness. I just wanted to keep him from being kicked off the team for being braver than I ever was. All right, the coach said curtly. Then finish changing and get out onto the field. Now. He retired to his office without adding anything else. Gale, Tyler, and James continued to stare at me, bewildered. The rest of the team pretended to be busy, but I knew they were all listening. I'm sorry, I murmured, barely audibly. I know I messed everything up. But Ophelia deserves better than this, than me. It's the best for her. Gale nodded slowly. He had calmed down, but the anger still throbbed in his eyes. You're right. She deserves the best. And if you're not going to live up to that, then stay out of her life, he warned before returning to his locker. She's a good girl, bro, Tyler added in a softer voice as he followed. You don't mess with girls like that. James sat next to me on the bench and lightly punched me on the shoulder, a sign of silent camaraderie. I don't know, man, he said after a few seconds. I think she was good for you, you were good for each other. I snorted, unable to respond to such nonsense. Be serious, James insisted. I've known you since freshman year, and I've never seen you as calm as when you were with her. She made you act normal. Sorry, but it's the truth. Yeah, that's all great, I replied. But just because she's good for me doesn't mean I'm good for her. I'm trying not to be selfish. That's an excuse, and you know it, she snapped. You're not a martyr. You're scared. When I first met Ophelia, she was a shy girl who could barely meet someone's gaze. But you helped her. She's more confident now, at least with you. She's still reserved, yes, but you made her feel at peace. I didn't want to think that what James said might have some truth to it. That maybe there was a way to be with Ophelia without dragging her into my inner torment. But I didn't see it possible. Not after what had happened. After that kiss. Because once that door opens, you can't close it again. And that kiss, it had never meant so much. For me, kissing was always a formality, a prelude to something more. But with Ophelia, I could have stayed there, forever, with her lips on mine. Just remembering it made me feel like an addict deprived of his fix. But I couldn't go back to that. If I did, I'd take from her, again and again, until I was empty. The darkness inside me would feed on her light, and I wasn't going to let that happen. When I walked onto the field to meet the team, everyone avoided my gaze. I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. I confirmed what I already knew, football wasn't going to fix this. Nothing could. The rest of the week was a similar torture. I struggled between the need to see her and the conviction to stay away. I spent hours staring at my phone, wishing I'd had the courage to call her. I even drove to her residence one night, determined to apologize. But I kept going, afraid of making things worse. I was living my own personal hell. I don't remember a single word my teachers said. At practice, the coach kept pushing me, as if he were trying to force me to react. Luckily, it was a bye week, we didn't have a game. Otherwise, he would have surely left me on the bench. Honestly, I couldn't concentrate on anything without her. My classmates were on tenterhooks around me, as if I might explode at any moment. I don't blame them. I've been volatile in the past. But this time, I didn't even have the energy to snap. I was lying in bed, lost in thoughts that were leading me nowhere, when a bang at the door startled me. "James, leave me alone," I shouted in annoyance, not needing to look to know it was him. James's voice filtered through the door like a persistent echo. "Joel, you can't stay in that cave forever. We're having guests over today, and you're going to get out." "Yeah, sure, do whatever you want," I replied indifferently, not moving. But I didn't expect what happened next. The door swung open, and when I looked up, my eyes flew open. "Seriously, bro. Your bad mood ruined the surprise," said a voice that wasn't James's. I was speechless. I opened and closed my mouth several times, trying to process the fact that Jesus was in my room. Right there with him. The last person I wanted to see. "What's got you so down?" Jesus insisted, not losing heart. I glared at James. How did he even think of bringing Jesus, of all people? Did he think that would cheer me up? What was bothering me was precisely something I could never confess to him. I had hurt his sister. And no, I couldn't tell him. Ever. I forced myself to dissemble, to construct a neutral expression, and replied. "Nothing important. The usual, problems with my father. You know the story." Jesus nodded in understanding. "What you need is to relax a little. A few beers, good music, and some female company. You'll see how you recover." I glared at James again. The thought of strange girls hugging me made my stomach turn, but how could I tell Jesus that without raising suspicion? An hour later, I admit, I felt a little better. Although James had blatantly lied, this wasn't just a get-together with some friends, but a full-blown party. The whole house was thrumming to the beat, bodies were moving to the rhythm everywhere, and you could barely walk in the crowd. Still, after a few sips of whiskey with Jesus and several games of beer pong with the guys, I found myself smiling. Even enjoying it. Until I saw her. A flash in the crowd. A pair of dark, messy curls I'd recognize anywhere. Ophelia. It was barely a second, but I felt the immediate urge to chase after that vision. I pushed my way through the crowd, accidentally pushing past several, my heart pounding. I searched desperately among the dancing heads and bodies, until I found her again, across the room. But it wasn't her. Disappointment fell upon me like a stone. The girl was taller than Ophelia would ever be. Her hair, though curly, was dull and lifeless. How could I have mistaken that dull shade for the deep shine of Ophelia's hair? I slumped into a chair, with no desire to continue pretending. The party, the noise, the people, everything had lost its meaning. I missed Ophelia so much. I was going crazy not having her around, not hearing her soft laugh, not talking to her. I felt so empty of her presence that I'd ended up imagining her in someone else. "You look like you could use some company," a female voice whispered near me. I looked up and saw Tila standing too close, leaning brazenly over the back of my chair. Her cleavage was the first thing that caught my eye. I frowned. "I'm fine, thank you," I replied coldly. "Come on, Joel," she said, her voice thick and strained. "We used to have fun together, remember?" That fake way of speaking, that fake smile. I just couldn't. I backed away a little, uncomfortable. "Really? I don't remember." Tila stepped back a little, visibly affected by my tone. And, to be honest, I couldn't blame her. It was cruel of me. But it was also true. Ever since Ophelia appeared in my life, all other female memories had become blurred and distant. Tila didn't give up, though. She settled familiarly onto the arm of my chair and leaned toward me. "Do you really not remember our nights?" "Because I do. It's hard to forget you, Joel. Especially because, you know," she trailed off in a suggestive tone, a strong chemical scent enveloping me, almost making me nauseous. "Okay, that's enough," I interrupted firmly, pushing her away with my arm. "I'm not interested. Your perfume is making me dizzy, seriously. Please go." Tila watched me for a moment, then looked over my shoulder. Her expression changed to a calculated smile. "No problem, Joel," she said with artificial sweetness. "I'll get a drink. We'll talk later." With exaggerated movements, she bent down to pick a piece of lint off my shirt with one of her long fake nails, then waddled away. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. I stood up, ready to find something to drink to help clear my head. But then I froze. My heart felt like it had sunk to the floor. An emotional shock ran through every fiber of my body, leaving me paralyzed. Ophelia stood in the doorway. He stared at me, with those big, bright eyes that always took my breath away. His gaze flicked from me to someone behind me. I turned around. Tila. I saw her walking away, still in the crowd. I looked back at Ophelia, desperate to explain to her that it wasn't what it seemed, that it didn't mean anything. But it was too late. Ophelia was no longer there. He had disappeared. "Please, Ophelia. I'm only in town tonight. The guys said you come here all the time. Why don't you want to see me?" I sighed on the other end of the phone. "Why?" "Because your best friend broke my heart." Because I don't want to risk seeing him. Because I'm sure if I have to look into his cold eyes one more time, I'll lose control. Because, Jesus, I have a lot of homework. If I had known you were coming, I would have finished it sooner, I lied. I'm sorry, awfully. Jesus's voice mingled with the background music. James called me tonight after dinner, and I jumped in the car without thinking. But I really want to see you. We barely spend time together anymore. The sincerity in his words moved me. There was no excuse I could give him without hurting him or turning him against Joel, something I wasn't willing to do. Okay, I finally gave in. If I can get Mads to come with me, I'll go. But just for a little while, Darius. 20 minutes later, Madeline and I were walking arm in arm toward the soccer player's house. You're strong, okay? Relax, and if it's too much, we'll leave. No questions asked, she murmured in my ear as we climbed the steps. Thanks, Mads, I smiled with effort. Let's find Jesus and get this over with. This party was much more intense than the last. People spilled out from all sides, groups of guests milled about in the garden, enveloped in wisps of smoke, while others poured in and out through the front door. As it opened wide, the frame gave me a glimpse inside. The light was dim, punctuated by multicolored flashes that bathed the crowd. Everyone looked like sweaty sardines squeezed into a can. A shiver of anxiety ran down my spine as I imagined being trapped in the middle of so many people. We moved forward, dodging bodies, pushing our way through those leaving. I stopped for a moment to get my bearings, scanning the party for Jesus. I couldn't spot him among the group of players huddled near the kitchen, which had once again become a makeshift bar. Drunk people occupied every corner of the living room, dancing and shouting. Suddenly, Madeline gripped my wrist tightly, her gaze fixed on something at the edge of the crowd. Confused, I followed her line of vision, and then I saw him. An invisible fist closed around my heart. Joel was sitting in a reclining chair against the wall, his back to us, but I instantly recognized his broad shoulders and tousled brown hair. Tila, leaning on the arm of the chair, was whispering something in his ear. He held her arm for a moment, shaking his head as he answered. Then Tila looked up. Our eyes met, and her mocking smile chilled my blood. Without taking her gaze from me, she ran a provocative finger over Joel's shoulder before standing and walking away. I froze, unable to react. Tears pricked my eyes, and I blinked hard to hold them back. It had been a mistake to come. After everything that had happened, how could I not have anticipated he'd be with someone else? Pain pierced me like a knife as I watched him. Not even Madeline's tug on my shirt to pull me away could make me look away. Seeing him again, after almost a week away, reopened all my wounds. And deep down, a sick part of me was glad to see him. I guess I'm a masochist. Then he slowly sat up and turned toward us. The moment his eyes met mine, I felt as if the air had become thicker, almost unbreathable. No matter how hard I tried to inhale, my lungs felt empty and my mind lost in a thick fog. Joel's face twisted into an expression that seemed a mix of pain and confusion. It disconcerted me. I looked back at Tila, who was striding away. Had they argued? Had something happened between them? Joel watched her leave too, and it was at that moment that I felt the spell holding me still finally break. I ran out the door, not looking back, leaving Madeline and everyone else behind me. Disjointed voices rose around me as the cold night air filled my chest, but all I wanted was to be alone. I cut across the front lawn, heading for a hidden corner at the side of the house, where I knew there was an old, neglected garden. There, an aged iron bench rested against the wall, covered in rust and fallen leaves, but I decided to go further, to the wild, forgotten rosebushes that lined the property line. I groped my way through the shadows, stumbling a couple of times, until I collapsed behind one of the bushes. The chill of the grass pierced the fabric of my pants, but I didn't care. I buried my face in my knees and tried to calm my breathing. Really, back off. Madeline's firm voice echoed from the garden entrance. Please, a deep, trembling voice begged. My heart leapt at the recognition. I need to talk to her. I need to explain. I need her to understand. You had the chance and you blew it, Madeline replied harshly. It wasn't what it seemed, Joel said in a muffled, defeated tone. I could barely hear him from my hiding place. You're so weak, I scolded myself, feeling my heart soften at the vulnerability in his voice. He sounded devastated, and my instinct was to comfort him, but that only increased my frustration with myself. Ophelia. Madeline called into the darkness. Please, let's get out of here. We can go home. Honey. Joel's voice returned, this time softer, more broken. If you don't want to see me, I'll understand. I'll step back so you can go in peace. I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am. I don't know how to fix this, but I want to with all my heart. I'm so sorry. Silence fell suddenly over the garden, interrupted only by the muffled echoes of music filtering from the house. We all seemed to be holding our breath, trapped in that uncertain pause. Finally, I heard a faint sigh and the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. Joel was leaving. My heart raced as I felt him walking away. The fear of facing him was overwhelming, but every step he took away from me hurt like an open wound. He'd hurt me, yes, but all I wanted was for him to make it right, for him to come closer, to hold me and whisper that everything would be okay. How weak. Wait. I yelled, my eyes squeezed shut, afraid I'd regret it instantly. I stood up slowly, shaking the damp grass off my legs, trying to regain my composure. When I looked up, Madeline and Joel were staring at me from the edge of the yard, dimly illuminated by the warm light filtering in from inside the house. 5 minutes, Joel said, taking a step toward me. That's all I need. I nodded slightly to Madeline, indicating that I was fine. I walked over to the old bench and sat in the center, making it clear I wasn't ready for him to get too close. Okay, Madeline said. I'll go find Gail. Write to me if you need me, Ophelia. I looked down, aware that I was now alone with Joel. His footsteps slowly approached until they stopped in front of me. I don't even know where to start, he murmured. An incredulous laugh escaped my lips. After everything that had happened, I didn't even know what to say. For starters, Tila wasn't anything. She sat next to me without me asking. I told her I wasn't interested and to leave. I can understand how it all came across, but I swear nothing happened. I don't care about that, I interrupted in a low but firm voice. I just need to know what happened last week. That's complicated, he replied with a sigh, once again avoiding the truth. A wave of frustration coursed through me. Hadn't he been the one who insisted on talking? And now he was backing out. Then keep it simple, I retorted, holding back my anger. When we came home that night, my father was there, she whispered. Her voice trembled with a pain that pierced me. I watched him. Joel kept his head down, as if reliving the memory was too much for him. He had returned early, but decided not to share the holiday with his family. I don't know how I knew, but he had been with another woman. The whole atmosphere felt dirty, broken. My mother sensed it too, but as always, she chose to keep quiet. I remained silent. I wanted to tell him there was no need to continue, that he shouldn't bring up that past. But I couldn't speak. I was paralyzed. Joel brought his hand to his face, rubbing it hard, and then continued. When Mom came up with Yvonne, I confronted him. I told him he didn't deserve anyone from this family. That it was unfortunate that he couldn't even spend a holiday without seeking outside company. And he didn't take it well. He looked up and for the first time realized I was watching him. In the light escaping through a window, I could see his red-rimmed eyes and tears sliding down his cheeks. Still, he continued talking. He pushed me. He said cruel, hurtful things to me. He knew exactly where to hit me with words. I could have stopped him. But he's my father. Do you understand? He was insulting me, pushing me, and I just let him. No, I said firmly. What you did shows more integrity than he ever had. A faint smile curved his lips for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. Don't give me so much credit. In the end, I lost control and pushed him. I didn't mean to hurt him, just push him away. But I didn't gauge my strength, and he ended up falling. And then her voice broke. A sob escaped from deep within her chest. Yvonne saw it, she whispered, her anguish chilling to my core. She saw me do it. She screamed. She panicked. And I was the one who made her feel that way. I couldn't bear it. I grabbed my things and left. I couldn't see her like that, with that fear in her eyes, caused by me. My heart broke into 1,000 pieces for Joel as I listened to him. I would have done anything to absorb his pain and make it go away, but I didn't know how. He stumbled a few steps forward, dropping to his knees in front of me until our faces were level. Slowly, he raised his hands and placed them on the bench, not quite touching me, as if surrounding me in an invisible gesture of support. I'm so sorry, Ophelia, he murmured, his voice breaking. No, please, I whispered, gently stroking my fingers through his hair. It's okay, all right. Everything's okay. I'm so sorry you had to go through that alone. Joel shook his head hard, closing his eyes as if trying to hold back something other than tears. No, it's not okay. I behaved so badly towards you, and you didn't deserve it. I let my father put ideas in my head, I hadn't slept in days, and I just lost control. I continued combing my fingers through his hair, trying to show him, without words, that I understood, that I was there. A question began to form in my mind, but it remained stuck in my throat, unable to come out. His shoulders trembled slightly as he breathed heavily, his eyes still closed. It would be best if you stayed away from me, she whispered, almost without a voice. It's not fair to you. You're such a noble person, and I can't be that way. I react badly, I get upset. How many times have I hurt you already? And it just keeps getting worse. Don't say that. Don't treat me like I'm a little girl who can't make decisions for herself. Not you, Joel. I already get it from everyone else, I can't stand it from you too. Finally, he raised his head and looked me in the eye. I slid forward on the bench until my legs were on either side of him. His arms, still forming a barrier around me, moved ever so slightly closer, still not touching me. You're not going to push me away because of an act of heroism. If you regret the kiss and just want to be my friend, I'll accept that. But I'm not going to let you reject me just to protect me, I whispered, placing my hands on his tense shoulders. I smiled softly as I noticed his muscles beginning to relax beneath my touch. He seemed to ponder my words, as if searching for a truth in my eyes. Cautiously, he lifted a hand and placed it on my cheek, a small smile forming. For a moment, I was taken aback by how large his hand was in comparison to my face. I felt fragile, almost porcelain, at the softness with which his fingers spread over my skin. I don't regret it. I couldn't. That kiss was the best thing that ever happened to me, honey. I just don't want to hurt you. I slid my hands from his shoulders to the back of his neck, tangling my fingers through his soft waves as I lightly massaged his scalp. Joel let out a sigh, closing his eyes and leaning his head back. Watching my touch envelop him in a kind of calm was powerful, almost hypnotic. Then don't do it, I replied simply. I used my fingers, still tangled in his hair, to bring his face closer to mine. Without thinking twice, I leaned in and pressed my lips against his. I felt his shoulders tense instantly. His lips remained still, resisting, holding back. I knew he was fighting with himself, trying to do the right thing. A pang of disappointment crossed my chest, and I started to pull away, but then his eyes met mine, and he kissed me again. That kiss was completely different from the first. If that one had been timid, a cautious exploration, this one was intense, urgent, as if we'd both been holding back too long. His arms wrapped around my back, pulling me to the edge of the bench and pressing me against his body. Every inch of my skin burned as I felt my curves fit against the firmness of his torso. A shiver ran through me as his hands descended to my waist. With slow movements, he moved up my ribs, caressed my shoulders, and finally stopped at my neck. His delicate touch contrasted with the rough brush of his beard against my chin. He placed his fingers just below my ears, tilting my face toward him. This new position caused my lips to naturally part. My heart pounded as his tongue slid into my mouth. He tasted of mint and a faint trace of whiskey. He guided me tenderly, inviting me to follow his rhythm. A burst of sensations ran from my closed eyelids to the small of my spine, swirling like a whirlwind in my stomach. I felt clumsy, inexperienced, trying to reciprocate, but he didn't seem bothered. His chest rose and fell heavily, and his fingers gripped gently at the base of my neck. Joel gradually lowered his intensity until he finally broke away with one last soft kiss. A sigh escaped my lips as I lost the warmth of his. I slowly opened my eyes and saw him looking at me with overwhelming intensity, with a half-smile that melted me inside. Jesus is waiting for me, I said, surprised even by the husky tone of my own voice. I hadn't planned to mention my brother right after that kiss, it just crossed my mind. Joel dropped his forehead onto my shoulder and murmured, amused. You're going to drive me crazy, honey. I chuckled as I watched him raise his face, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Were you really thinking about that while I was kissing you? No, I replied, laughing. That's what I thought after you kissed me. Okay, Miss Clever, let's go inside then, he laughed in a deep tone that made me shudder. He sat up, dusted off his pants, and offered me his hand. I felt my chest fill with a vibrant warmth as I followed him around the house. My gaze slid down his back, watching his muscles move beneath the thin fabric of his shirt. The party was as boisterous as before, and the thunder of electronic music, mixed with laughter and screams, broke the bubble we'd been immersed in. Just before I entered, Joel suddenly turned, stopping me in my tracks. I bumped into him, and his hands went straight to my waist to steady me. A deep laugh escaped him, vibrating between us. He watched me closely, sliding his thumb under my eye. I raised an eyebrow silently, looking at him in question. We look a little disheveled, he said, embarrassed. I ran my fingers quickly through my hair, checking my clothes for signs of what had happened. My lips were swollen, and my makeup was slightly smudged. He nodded with an approving smile and then led me inside, pulling me against his chest and wrapping his arms around me like a protective shield in the crowd. We made our way to the back, where the football team was still drinking and laughing. I saw Jesus and James in a corner of the room. James's shoulders were tense and his brow furrowed, while Jesus was shouting in his ear over the music, waving his arms like he usually did when he was upset. James spotted us first and tapped Jesus' chest to get him to look. When Jesus saw me, he smiled enthusiastically and came staggering toward me. "Look who decided to show up," he shouted before hugging me tightly, lifting me off the ground. The sour smell of beer filled my nose. "Careful, buddy," Joel growled, watching my brother nearly lose his balance as he let go of me. Jesus rolled his eyes. "And what were you doing?" My body tensed. We hadn't talked to Joel about telling Jesus. Actually, we hadn't talked about anything, not about who we were, or what had happened meant. Joel seemed to react faster than me. I found her by the door and helped her get through the crowd. James gave me an amused look and let his eyes drop to my lips before returning to mine. I blushed, silently begging him not to say anything. Luckily, he just pursed his lips knowingly and winked at me. Jesus, too drunk to notice anything, raised his fist. "Time for shots." He put his arm around me and led me to the bar. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Gail and Madeline joining us. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. I stayed close to Jesus, enjoying his presence, even though I was pretty drunk. Joel kept his distance, but every time I looked up, he was already staring at me. Always. And every time our eyes met, we shared small, secret smiles or subtle touches as we passed, but beyond that, we remained apart. On Saturday morning, I clumsily descended the stairs, dragging my feet as sleep still weighed on my eyelids. I had only one clear goal in mind, to see Ophelia. The night before, staying away from her had been an agony. Every laugh, every gesture of hers tempted me to steal her for myself, to hide her from the world and enjoy her company without interference. It was torture to be so close and, at the same time, have to resist the urge to touch her. When we were just friends, I could indulge in that luxury without restraint, but that was before Jesus appeared on the scene. As I entered the living room, the acrid smell of Rania beer hit my nostrils. The lower floor of the house was littered with sticky, abandoned red plastic cups. In the kitchen, Jesus, James, and Tyler looked like ghosts of themselves, their hair disheveled and their faces drawn from the previous night's party. "This place smells like the locker room after a summer game," I muttered, heading to the fridge to get the orange juice. "Good morning to you too, Princess," James replied with a mocking smile. "Which of the rookies will be in charge of cleaning up this mess?" Tyler asked, covering a yawn with the back of his hand. "Reynolds." "No, Gail," I answered without thinking. "Let Smith do it." He was insolent in training. James came over to check the fridge next to me and playfully nudged me. "Look who's going soft," she whispered with a grimace before offering Jesus a drink. I shot her a dirty look, but just sat at the kitchen island. I had no arguments, Ophelia was really softening me up. And the weirdest thing was, it didn't bother me at all. "Are you staying a little longer?" I asked Jesus, who was slumped against the counter, his cheek resting on his fist. His bloodshot eyes and the smell of alcohol emanating from his skin betrayed his hangover. "No. I'm going to take a shower and then head home. I have a 1 o'clock golf course appointment," he muttered hoarsely. "Well, I'll be off then, guys," I said, raising a hand in a lazy wave before heading to my truck. Half an hour later, I arrived at Ophelia's bedroom with 2 specialty coffees in hand, the ones she loved so much. A pang of nerves ran through my stomach as I knocked on her door. Should I have let her know sooner? This was all new to me, and I wasn't sure of the rules. One of those better be for me, or you're not crossing the threshold, Madeline growled as she opened the door. I stifled a sigh and handed her one of the cups. She snatched it from my hands with a dramatic flourish and retreated to her room without further comment. Carefully, I pushed open the door and quietly entered Ophelia's room. I placed her coffee on the desk and approached the bed, where she was fast asleep. She was wrapped in her comforter like a cocoon, only her face peeking out from under the covers. Her dark eyelashes contrasted with her rosy cheeks, and at that moment, for the umpteenth time, I thought she looked like an angel. Her curls scattered across the pillow in a lovely mess, as if they'd been dancing all night. "Honey," I whispered, sitting on the edge of her bed, "wake up." Ophelia mumbled something unintelligible, frowning slightly as she shook her head. God, she's so adorable. I couldn't help but laugh as I kissed her forehead, smoothing away those sleep-related wrinkles with my lips. "Joel," she murmured, slowly opening her eyes. "Hi," she added with a shy smile as she focused her gaze on me. "What are you doing here?" I ran a hand over the back of my neck, feeling again those nerves that only she could provoke. "I was hoping you'd spend the day with me." "Oh, and I brought you coffee." At the word coffee, she sat up immediately, searching for the cup with sparkling eyes. I snorted in amusement and stood up to reach for it, handing it to her with an exaggerated bow. She took it with both hands and drank eagerly, closing her eyes in delight. "So?" I pressed, looking at her expectantly. He paused, as if he didn't understand. "Oh, yes. Of course." I slumped back onto Ophelia's bed, huffing and puffing impatiently as she continued to get ready. I couldn't understand how it could take her so long to get ready. That morning, I'd left the house in barely 15 minutes, but now she'd been pacing for nearly 40. She re-entered the room, and instantly, a delicate fruity fragrance enveloped me. I watched as she walked distractedly around the room, putting on small earrings and searching for her shoes. I was about to tell her, in an impatient tone, to hurry up, but I restrained myself. It was at that precise moment that I realized I could spend hours waiting for her, if it meant being near her. An almost overwhelming urge to touch her gripped me, so I reached out and caught her by the waist, gently pulling her down onto the bed. Ophelia let out a small, surprised squeal and snorted as I hugged her tightly to my chest. "Joel," she protested, feigning anger. "I just finished getting ready, and now you're going to mess everything up." I burst out laughing and placed a light kiss on her forehead. "That's not a word," I commented, amused. "Of course it is. Look at my hair, it's all frizzy. And my clothes, wrinkled. I'm messed up." She gave me a look as if her logic were unquestionable and I was the one who didn't understand anything. "Whatever you say, honey," I replied, laughing. Feeling a little bold, I gave her a sly smile and patted her on the small of her back. "Come on, move it, I'm starving." She squealed, frowned as she rubbed the affected area, and glared at me. "Do you want me to help you with that?" I joked. "No need, thank you," she replied hastily as she sat up and quickly fixed her hair. We decided to go to Moe's for breakfast, that diner with a 1950s theme. I liked that place because it reminded me of our hometown. In Los Angeles, most restaurants offered tiny portions and dishes whose names I couldn't even pronounce. Come on, I'm a football player, I need real, hearty, comfort food. A waitress on roller skates led us to a table by the large window. I stretched under the table and smiled as I felt Ophelia's feet gently rest on mine. She didn't say anything about me invading her space, simply concentrating on examining the menu. "Did Darius leave this morning?" she asked, scrolling through the menu options. He was still recovering when I left, but yes, he was about to leave. I cleared my throat, knowing there were unfinished business between us. About that, well, about him and our families in general. Are we going to tell them something? Ophelia looked up from her menu, a shadow of doubt in her eyes. Do you want to tell him? He replied with another question. It's not that I don't want to, I said, choosing my words carefully. I just think, your family might not take it too enthusiastically. They've seen me at my worst, and I'm not sure they're ready to approve of this. My family loves you, she said, shaking her head, although with some uncertainty. I nodded slowly, getting closer to what I really wanted to say. I know. But I don't know. At Thanksgiving, I felt something strange, like your dad wasn't entirely comfortable with how close we'd become. Ophelia looked back at her menu, this time with a slight frown. Now that you mention it, yes. I think he did seem a little distant. So you'd rather we didn't tell anyone? It's not that, I immediately clarified. I don't want you to think I'm ashamed of you or that I'm hiding from you. I just think we could keep this between us for a while. That way we can have space to really understand how we feel. And also, so I can figure out the best way to tell Darius that I'm completely in love with his little sister. Ophelia's cheeks flushed red at my confession, and it made me chuckle softly. We said nothing more on the subject and returned our attention to the menu. I watched her, alert for any gestures that might indicate discomfort with what we discussed, but she seemed fine. Perhaps a little thoughtful, but at peace. My phone buzzed a few times in my pocket, but I decided to ignore it. Even though this wasn't technically an official date, I knew the right thing to do was not to worry about it. It buzzed a couple more times while we ordered drinks and food. In the end, I took it out and decisively turned it off. Ophelia seemed to perk up again. She excitedly began telling me about a history assignment she was due soon. I listened with interest, trying hard to follow everything she said. Ophelia was a mystery to me. I couldn't understand how she could be so excited about something as seemingly tedious as a term paper. But it had always been that way. Even as children, Ophelia found something positive in everything. In fact, that attitude of hers was one of the reasons I didn't like her hanging around with us all the time. A faint pang of remorse passed through me as I remembered how, during her teenage years, she'd lost some of that sparkle. I didn't pay much attention to her at the time, I'll admit, but even I had noticed that she wasn't the same optimistic woman she'd always been. And that's why I was so happy to see her like this now. As she listed all the options her professor had given her for the project, with the excitement of someone who's received a gift, I felt like she was giving me a small taste of the old Ophelia. This time, however, I was able to appreciate how special that was. She stopped mid-sentence, looking down at her bag, from which an insistent buzzing sound was coming. Sorry, he said with an embarrassed smile. It could be Jesus letting me know he's gone. I gestured for her not to worry. She rummaged through her purse, took out her phone, and looked at the screen. Oh, no. It's James. Ugh, ignore him, I grumbled. He never calls me, it's probably something important, he gently chided me, as I took the call. I heard her exchange a few cheerful words with James. I found myself smiling silently. It made me proud, if a little jealous, to see how well-liked my teammates had become. I wasn't a huge fan of sharing their attention, but it was comforting to know I was surrounded by people who knew my worth. Just a second, Ophelia said into the phone, pulling it away from her ear and covering the microphone with her hand. James wants to know why you're not answering your phone, she said, looking amused. Because I didn't feel like it, I muttered, without much enthusiasm. He says he didn't see you, she exclaimed, addressing James through the speakerphone. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her tone. She listened again to what he was saying before laughing and adding, James says he misses you. Tell him that I'm not exactly a fan of his, I replied disdainfully, but with a hidden smile. She looked at me amused before speaking to James again. Joel says he misses you a lot, too, she replied, matching my words with a smile so wide it disarmed any hint of anger. Then she added, okay, I'll tell him, and hung up. James needs you to buy eggs, milk, and bread before we head home, he informed me as he put his phone back in his pocket. Does she think I'm her mother or something? I muttered, more to myself than to her. She pursed her lips, clearly hearing my complaint. He's exhausted from last night and can't go downtown, she explained in a sympathetic tone. What if I just don't feel like it? I replied defiantly. You'll survive, he shrugged, just as our food was served. And with that, the matter was settled. An hour later, I was walking up the driveway toward our house, carrying 2 brown bags full of groceries. I wanted to maintain my annoyance at running errands for James, but seeing Ophelia hopping happily to answer the door made it impossible to maintain my bad mood. Upon entering, most of the guys were in the basement. They greeted us enthusiastically as we took off our jackets. Luckily, this time they were at least partially clothed. Tyler must have brought some newbie, because the trash was gone and the floor smelled of freshly applied pine cleaner. We brought cookies from the bakery. Ophelia yelled as she crossed the kitchen to drop the bags on the counter. Within seconds, the boys surrounded us, pulling things out of the bags while Ophelia handed out the candy she'd insisted on buying for everyone. For a moment, her small figure was hidden among the burly football players. I pushed my way between them to make sure she was okay. She smiled gratefully at me as I picked her up and sat her on the counter. We were just going to watch a movie. Are you up for it? Tyler asked, his mouth still full of cookie. I was about to refuse and take Ophelia to my room, but she got there first. Of course, she exclaimed enthusiastically. Tyler gave me a triumphant look, knowing I would normally have responded with a flat-out no if invited to hang out. He clearly waited to see if I would object. This better not be a stupid movie, I muttered as I helped Ophelia down from the counter. I heard a few snickers from my colleagues, but I decided to ignore them. When I got to the living room, most of the sofas were already taken. I thought maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to stay a while, so I took the last free chair and reached out to take Ophelia's wrist. She blushed immediately as I gently pulled her onto my lap. Is this okay? I whispered in her ear as she settled in. She smiled back as she slid her cold feet between my legs, resting them under my thigh. I took that as a yes and lay back, wrapping my arms around her. During the movie, my hands began to move, despite my efforts to keep them still. Having her body so close, so warm and relaxed against mine, was almost a test of self-control. My fingers slid slowly down her back, enjoying how her muscles relaxed at the touch. I took a further risk by moving my hand down to her thigh, stroking it gently, until, without her noticing, I began to get too close. Then she precisely pinched that sensitive spot under my arm. I let out a soft hiss of pain through my teeth and looked at her with mock reproach. She chuckled, raising an elegant eyebrow. I got the message and returned my caresses to her back. Do you want to watch another movie? James asked when the credits rolled. Ophelia didn't even finish the first one, Tyler mocked, pointing at my lap. Sure enough, Ophelia was sleeping with her face against my chest. If any of you dare wake her, you'll regret it, I warned softly as I hugged her tighter. She sighed softly and snuggled even further against me. I have no words to describe what I felt at that moment. It was as if something primal in me, something ancestral, awakened to protect her. An instinct I hadn't felt before. I wanted to make sure nothing, absolutely nothing, could hurt her. Not even a noise. The boys put on another movie, but I barely noticed. I don't even remember the title. My mind was completely absorbed by the calm and warmth of holding her in my arms. It was like being lost in a sea of deep, unknown emotions. The weeks leading up to Christmas break flashed before me like a whirlwind. I tried to grasp the small moments, but time kept spinning. My life became a blur of essays, final exams, and struggling to remember to eat something decent. If it weren't for the Tupperware my mom sent me after Thanksgiving, I probably would have been surviving on instant noodles. I had barely seen Joel since that day we went to breakfast and watched film with his teammates. The Trojans were on their way to winning the conference championship, so they had ramped up their workouts to make sure they were ready. Joel was so busy with daily double sessions and his own finals that we had barely been able to see each other. But all that would change today, or at least I hoped so. Classes had ended a few days ago, so as soon as I finished packing my things at the dorm, I drove back to Belmere. Joel had to stay behind to travel with the team to the decider. However, they were playing tonight, and I had no doubt they would win. When I returned home, we could finally spend time together. I worried about how we'd manage with our families around. I'd never been good at lying or keeping secrets, but I longed to see Joel so much that I was determined to make it happen. I was tired of communicating only through texts and fleeting calls. It seemed like we'd barely begun to get to know each other when everything went on hold. I tried not to worry about whether this distance might dull the spark between us. Of course, the thought had crossed my mind. But Joel often wrote to me saying he missed me and couldn't wait for the holidays, so I had to take his word for it. "So, what kind of dress are you looking for this year?" my mom asked as we drove toward the mall. "Something a little more mature." "I'm sick of princess dresses," I sighed. Every year on New Year's Eve, my father's company hosted a charity banquet. It was a major event in our small town, always packed with people. As a child, I thought it was magical to dress up in fluffy skirts and dance in a ballroom all night. But now, I wanted to look like what I was, an adult. Our footsteps echoed on the polished marble of the mall as we browsed the shops. I loved this time of year, the red bows, the green garlands, and the Christmas carols blaring from the loudspeakers. I smiled at the sight of Santa Claus sitting on his golden throne, surrounded by a line of children eager to share their wishes. 10 minutes later, I was in the fitting room while my mom and a saleswoman passed options over the door. The first dress I tried on was, without a doubt, Mom's choice, light lilac, covered in sequins, and with a tulle skirt. Another princess dress. "Oh, awfully, you look beautiful," my mother exclaimed as I walked out. I grimaced in the mirror and turned around without enthusiasm. "Mom," I said, "I wanted something more grown up. This is exactly the same as the one I wore when I was 10. "Honey, you know your father doesn't like young girls to dress too daring," she tried to soothe me. I looked at the saleswoman, hoping she'd help me. She smiled sympathetically, put a finger to her chin, and said, "I'm sure we can find something more mature but still appropriate." He made a couple more choices and winked at me before leaving me in the fitting room. One of the dresses immediately caught my eye. It was elegant, but not form-fitting. The forest green lace had a modest neckline, but the back was completely bare. It was the perfect balance between my parents' expectations and my own. My mother's silence was the first thing I noticed when I stepped out of the fitting room with the dress on. A lump formed in my throat as I watched her anxiously, waiting for some sign, some expression that would help me decipher her thoughts. Her lips pursed slightly, and her eyes scanned every inch of the dress with an attention that paralyzed me. I was about to turn on my heels and go back to change, convinced it wasn't the right one, when she finally looked me in the eyes. Her pupils shone with a suppressed moisture. "You look beautiful," he sighed in a trembling voice, full of emotion. "Do you think Dad will like it?" I asked quietly, biting my lip in uncertainty. My mother approached me with a sweetness that only she knew how to convey. She tenderly caressed my cheek and said, "She'll love it." She might need a moment to process the fact that her little girl already looks like a young woman, but yes, you look beautiful. Her eyes lit up as I looked down at the dress again. Yes, that was it. No doubt about it. "I think Joel might like it too," she suddenly commented with a mischievous smile. I looked at her through the mirror, not knowing if I had heard correctly. What do you mean?" I stammered. "Oh, honey, if you wanted to keep it a secret, maybe kissing on the front porch wasn't the best idea," she laughed softly, amused. I opened my mouth, between surprise and embarrassment. "Did you see it?" "Well, it's not like I was just staring," she replied in a motherly tone, as I walked back to the fitting room, my mind reeling. "So, are you two dating?" she asked from the other side of the door. "I don't know, we haven't talked about it yet," I replied as I carefully removed my dress. "What would you think if that were the case?" "Joel's a good boy," she stated with conviction. "He seems a little tormented sometimes, but he has a good heart." "Did you know your father wasn't exactly the ideal man when I met him?" "Really?" I said, coming out of the fitting room, my curiosity piqued. She smiled mischievously. "Oh, yeah. I couldn't stand him in high school. He was impulsive, got into trouble, and spent more time in detention than in class. If someone had told him back then that he'd end up working in an office and living in the suburbs, he probably would have laughed." We headed to the checkout together, joking about stories from my parents' past. Her smile turned nostalgic. "But over time, your father changed. He became the man I fell in love with and still love today." As we drove home, I asked the question that had been on my mind. "So, you would approve if Joel and I dated?" I looked out the window, pretending to be interested in the trees flashing by, while I waited for his reply with bated breath. "I would never forbid you from doing something like that," she said cautiously. "I would just tell you to be careful. Joel reminds me a lot of your father. And while it's wonderful to feel loved by someone protective, it's also important for you to be strong. Otherwise, that protection can overwhelm you." "Well, I think it's a little early to talk about love, Mom," I said, laughing, trying to ease the tension. She looked away from the road to give me a serene smile. "You're right," he replied simply. That night, I was lying in bed, staring frustratedly at my phone on my thigh. Joel had played his game at 4 p.m., and it was already midnight. I hadn't received a single text. A pang of disappointment shot through my chest. At least I was hoping for a call, a sign, something to tell me how things had gone. My eyelids were beginning to feel heavy when my phone suddenly vibrated. I immediately grabbed it with a start. It was a text from Joel. "Hey, look out the window." My heart raced as I ran to open the window. It took me a few seconds to adjust to the darkness, but when I finally saw him, a smile spread across my face. Joel stood on the grass, looking up with that sly smile that always disarmed me. He was wearing a denim jacket over his usual red plaid shirt, dark pants, and brown boots. His black cap, backward, revealed his strong jaw. "You're like my own Flynn Rider," I whispered between laughs. Joel frowned, confused. "Who?" Oh, if only you'd let me put Tangled on you. I rolled my eyes, though the smile remained on my face. Oh, whatever, he laughed. I probably came for that Rapunzel story, didn't I? Oh, it really hurts, I sighed, putting a hand to my forehead in mock drama. Are you going down? He asked quietly, casting a cautious glance toward the windows of the house. What? Of course not. I'd have to sneak away. He scratched his jaw with a soft laugh. Come on, darling, you have to live a little. I watched him from the window, struggling. I'd missed him so much. The prospect of a moment alone with him filled me with a sweet, irresistible warmth. But my parents, they would never approve of me staying out so late. And even though I wasn't a little girl anymore, it was hard to ignore the respect I had for them. In the end, the desire to feel myself in his arms overcame any doubts. I put a sweater over my leggings and tiptoed downstairs. From Jesus's door, I could hear digital gunshots from his video game, but my parents' room was silent. When I reached the front door quietly, I exhaled in relief. The crisp December air caressed my skin as I stepped onto the porch. Although the grass was still green, there was a lovely coolness in the air. There he was, waiting for me under the window. He opened his arms with a wide smile, and I ran toward him, leaping into him without a second thought. His strong arms wrapped around me, lifting me easily until our faces were face to face. We won, he said simply, resting his face on my neck. The light touch of his stubble made me shudder before I processed his words. Really? I knew you'd make it. I exclaimed, playfully punching him on the shoulder. Joel's eyes dropped to my lips as he wrapped his arms around my waist more firmly. Sorry I didn't call you sooner, he whispered, a mix of urgency and tenderness, but as soon as we won, I jumped in my truck and started driving without a second thought. I just wanted to celebrate with you, in person. His words hadn't even settled in my mind when his lips captured mine in a quick but intense kiss, as fleeting as it was searing, leaving me wanting more. I pouted slightly when I noticed him pull away, which elicited a soft chuckle from him. Come on, he said with a mischievous smile. I want to take you somewhere special. 10 minutes later, Joel's truck was cruising down a dirt road that crunched under the wheels. He bounced slightly in the passenger seat as the tires negotiated rocks and potholes. A silent suspicion crept through me. I thought I knew exactly where we were going, but I decided to keep quiet. I didn't want to ruin the surprise. And I wasn't wrong. Joel stopped in a grassy clearing, familiar and serene, illuminated by headlights aimed at the soft glow of our village, which flickered below like an inverted sky. Promise me something, Joel said, solemnly raising a finger. Promise me you'll never tell Darius I brought you here. Everything was starting to fall into place, but I needed one last piece to complete the puzzle. Why shouldn't I? I asked, feigning innocence. Because we discovered this place together when we were kids, he admitted, somewhat embarrassed. We made a promise, that we would never bring anyone else here. That it would be our secret. I laughed in disbelief. That rascal. Jesus and I found this place when we were kids too, we came here all the time. We made the exact same promise. Joel let out a soft laugh. I'm going to have a serious talk with him. Do you know how much remorse I felt for wanting to bring you here? Looks like it wasn't big enough to stop me, I said with a mocking smile, while he gently tickled my ribs in response. We walked hand in hand through the clearing toward the viewing platform. I smiled as I looked down at Belmere from above, its lanterns forming a grid of warm, yellowish light. Joel stood behind me, wrapping his arms around me as he rested his chin on my head. We stood like that for a long time, in comfortable silence, watching the cars slowly wind their way through the village streets. His hand slid gently down to my abdomen, causing my breathing to quicken slightly. His fingers traced my skin over the fabric, gently moving upward, respectfully skirting the boundaries of intimacy, before descending again in a slow caress that ignited an electric current through me. Every time his hand approached a more sensitive area, my breath seemed to catch in my throat. I abandoned myself against his arm, feeling every fiber of my being respond to his closeness. I didn't know how to put into words what I longed for, but his presence, his touch, his silence, everything enveloped me like a voiceless language. Joel, attentive, placed a hand on my chin, gently turning my face toward him. I gave him a soft smile before our lips met again, this time in a deep, enveloping kiss. His other hand, still on my stomach, held me tenderly against his body, as if he wanted to merge me with him. "I missed you," he murmured as he pulled away slightly, his voice barely a whisper. I turned in his arms, wrapping my arms tightly around his waist, resting my face against his chest. "I missed you too," I whispered, letting my words sink into the steady beat of his heart, like a soothing melody. A wave of emotion rushed through me without warning. I felt my arms tighten around his body, as if I suddenly understood, with overwhelming clarity, how much he meant to me. Hearing his heart, feeling it so close, so alive and real, made me realize how deeply I needed him to stay that way. Present. With me. "Come on, Joel, smile." My mom laughed from behind her phone camera. Jesus, next to me, burst out laughing, enjoying every second of Joel's discomfort. It was an Allen family tradition to wear our matching Rudolph sweaters on Christmas Day. They were tacky but charming, with the reindeer's three-dimensional face popping out of the red wool dotted with green motifs. This year, my mother had surprised the Moore family with their own sweaters when they came over, much to the chagrin of Joel and his father. Mr. Moore had flatly refused to wear his, which led to a few awkward seconds as we all realized how serious he was. Joel had also tried to refuse, but it was much easier to convince him. Yvonne and I made sad faces at him for a few minutes, refusing to speak to him, and eventually he caved like a baby. Now the four of us were lined up in front of the Christmas tree, while our mothers took pictures of us. I was snuggled up under Jesus's arm, with Joel holding Yvonne on my other side. His large hand rested innocently on my back, but it still managed to make my cheeks tinge with red. "Joel, buddy, the sooner you smile, the sooner we're done," Jesus joked, tapping him on the arm. I looked up at Joel and saw him grimace as he adjusted the collar of his sweater. Our eyes met, and I stuck out my tongue at him. He rolled his eyes, but a small smile appeared on his lips. "Yes, like that. Like that." Yvonne shouted, jumping excitedly in Joel's arms as we all laughed at her enthusiasm. Christmas always filled my heart with joy, but this year was special. My grandparents were in Arizona all winter, so it was just us and the Moores. Surprisingly, it was easy to be around Joel and my family without revealing our secret. I guess since we never usually had physical contact in front of them, other than avoiding each other, we just acted naturally. I had to put up with my mom and Mrs. Moore's teasing the whole time, but they promised to keep it a secret. Joel and his father seemed to have a tacit agreement not to talk about what happened on Thanksgiving. In fact, they didn't interact at all. Sometimes he forgot Mr. Moore was home. He was like a ghost, moving in the background. But other than that, this had been the best holiday yet, filled with laughter, food, and love. New Year's Eve, the grand gala. Before I knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived, and with it, the annual banquet. The Moores would be at our house soon, ready to go out together. My foot tapped nervously against the bathroom floor as I tried to do something with my hair. I wasn't very good at going out of my way, but my usual hairstyle didn't match the dress. With a sigh, I grabbed my box of bobby pins. I need to get started, I told myself. I twisted random strands and pinned them at the back of my neck. When I finished, my curls were pulled back into a messy bun, with loose strands framing my face and some falling over my neck. As I got dressed, I felt quite proud of the result. The emerald green of my dress, combined with dramatic eyelashes, made the brown in my eyes shine even more. This is so elegant. I smiled as I sprayed on the perfume. The voices from downstairs reached me as I left my room. Everyone must be gathered by now. As I appeared on the stairs, my gaze instantly went to Joel. My eyes scanned him hungrily before anyone else noticed my reaction. Somehow, he managed to make even a stiff tuxedo look cool and casual. The perfectly tailored suit accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. I giggled when I saw his unruly waves still tousled, as always. The sound drew glances toward me. I went downstairs, where my parents were waiting for me with smiles on their faces. My father wrapped me in a tight hug, holding back his emotion as he pursed his lips and cleared his throat. "You look beautiful, darling," he whispered. And, for the first time in a long time, everything seemed to be exactly in its place. "You look beautiful, awfully," my father said, his voice slightly raspy, as if he had a lump in his throat. Then, with a warm smile, he added, "If everyone could come closer, let's toast before we leave." My mother began passing out glasses of champagne among the guests. I waited, as always, for the glass of apple juice that Yvonne and I usually received, but this time I was surprised to see that I was being offered the same bubbly drink as the adults. Dad cleared his throat again before putting his arm around me and raising his glass enthusiastically. We stepped outside, and as we walked, I subtly shifted so I was next to Joel. I positioned myself directly in front of him at the end of the line forming to get into the limo. I closed my eyes for a moment as I felt one of his knuckles, rough and warm, brush against my shoulder blade. I craned my neck to ease the tension in my shoulders, just as the light friction of his skin ran along the hem of my dress along my ribs. My skin reacted as if a shiver had woken it up, and an unexpected heat pooled in my abdomen. I almost let out a sigh, but the line began to move forward, and I had to move away from his touch. The party was already in full swing when we arrived at the elegant hotel. The ballroom glowed with warm lights and was packed with people in evening gowns, enjoying canapés and quietly participating in an auction. A large sign hanging at the entrance announced that, this year, my father's company was raising funds to enable underprivileged children to participate in sports. We parted ways with the Moors as Dad began his traditional tour of the room, introducing us to acquaintances and associates. I walked arm in arm with Jesus, remaining silent for the most part as greetings and diplomatic smiles were exchanged. Everything was normal until I felt a light tap on my shoulder. "Oh, Manny. Nice to see you, son," Dad exclaimed with a smile, and we all turned to the newcomer. "Likewise, sir," Manny replied matter-of-factly. "Actually, I came to ask if I could ask Ophelia to dance." A blush immediately rose to my face. I noticed the knowing, approving glances of my father's associates, who seemed to appreciate Manny's respectful gesture. Mom and Jesus could barely contain their laughter. Dad cleared his throat somewhat solemnly before nodding seriously. "Okay, but leave room for decency," he added, raising a warning eyebrow as Manny gently took my arm and led me to the dance floor. "Very elegant," I murmured ironically as we stopped among the couples twirling to a classical tune. Manny placed his hand firmly, but carefully, on the top of my back, and we began to move with the cadence of a waltz. I'd been attending that event since I was a kid, so I was already used to these kinds of moments. Usually, it was Dad or Jesus who would spin me around the dance floor, going through the basic steps. But Manny proved to be a surprisingly easy partner to follow. "Not bad," he commented with a smile as we twirled to the beat. I let out a slight laugh. "You do the same thing my father does," I explained. "You lightly press with your fingers when you want him to take a step forward." "So how's it going with the perfect guy?" she asked with a crooked smile. "Are you still leaving him in the friend zone?" I blushed just thinking about Joel. Manny burst out laughing when he noticed my expression. "Well, that says it all." "We are something," I replied, not quite knowing how to define it. "Ah, the classic modern relationship," he joked, gracefully twirling me around. "No labels. No labels, no rules. And no rules, no commitment." "It's not that," I replied, trying to sound convincing. "It's just, we're still getting to know each other." Manny glanced over my shoulder and gave a confident smile. "Maybe you're right." Although he seems to be about to explode. I craned my neck, trying to spot Joel among the audience. It didn't take long to find him. He was standing right at the edge of the dance floor, alone, his arms crossed and his intense gaze directed directly at us. When our eyes met, I felt an inexplicable urge to approach him. And from the way he launched himself onto the dance floor, I knew he felt the same. "Are you really going to make an appointment?" Manny asked, laughing, as Joel stood in front of us. "No," Joel replied firmly. Then, gently, he took me by the waist and pulled me towards him. "Ah, I see," Manny said in a mocking tone. "You're the she's mine type." He accompanied his comment with a caveman impression that made me burst out laughing. "Goodbye, Manny," I said in an amused but determined tone. He winked at me, bowed to Joel with an exaggerated nod, and walked away. I turned to Joel and placed a hand on his shoulder while he placed his hand firmly on the small of my back. "Very subtle of you, huh?" I joked as we began to move slowly. "I don't like that guy at all," he murmured, pulling me a little closer to his chest. "Sorry, Jesus, no room for you today." "I don't think I've ever seen you dance," I said with a smile as we followed the gentle rhythm of the music. Joel didn't move with Manny's theatrical ease, but there was something comforting about his way of leading. It was more intimate, more ours. I fought the urge to rest my head on his chest, aware that we already seemed pretty close. "And you'll probably never see me do it again," he growled, his smile barely visible as he looked at me tenderly. I just needed to make something clear. "And that point was?" I asked, with a smile that sought to ease the tension in the air. Joel held my gaze intensely, his eyes seeming to envelop me in a warmth that made my skin crawl. "That you're mine," he said, with a certainty that made my breath catch and my heart start to beat faster. There was something about the way she said it, that deep, protective certainty, that completely disarmed me. But despite what I felt, a small voice in my mind reminded me of my mother's wise warnings. "Actually," I murmured, with feigned lightness, "I don't remember us ever talking about that." His hand, resting on my back, moved down slightly before moving back up my spine in a gesture that made me catch my breath. His deep, measured voice seemed to caress my senses. I thought it was obvious. "You're mine, darling." "Not until you ask properly," I replied mischievously, looking up at him, amused. A spark softened her features as she rolled her eyes toward the ceiling and bit her tongue, as if holding back. "Do I really have to ask? That sounds so cheesy." "Well, yes, sir. If you don't, we're just good friends," I joked, laughing. He sighed dramatically and leaned down to my ear, so close I felt his warm breath against my skin. "Ophelia Allen, will you be my girlfriend? I don't know what came over me at that moment. Maybe it was a mix of nerves and excitement, but all I could think of to answer was, I'll think about it, mate. Don't call me that, he protested, pretending to be offended, while I couldn't stop laughing. My laughter ceased when Joel pulled me tightly against him. I felt every inch of his body against mine, and a fierce warmth flooded me from my chest to my toes. Around us, other couples continued to dance, but in my world, it was just him and me. Ophelia. He warned me in a deep whisper. Yes, I sighed, as if the word had been waiting for its moment to come out. Looking into his eyes, I whispered, of course I want to be your girlfriend. We continued dancing for a few more minutes until the music stopped and the master of ceremonies came on. Joel took my hand and led me back to the table where our families were. Everyone looked radiant, their cheeks flushed from the champagne glasses they'd passed around during the night. I was relieved to notice that no one seemed to have noticed the intensity of the moment we just experienced. Amid laughter, we listened to the host joke and make jokes, even making a few amusing observations about the business leaders in attendance. He then began announcing the silent auction winners and the destination of the funds raised for the charity. And now, the trip to Whistler. This package includes 5 nights in a luxurious mountaintop villa in one of Canada's most beautiful towns. And the highest bidder is Tim Allen. Everyone at our table stood still for a second, before turning to my father, who was smirking as he greeted his colleagues to applause. Surprise, he laughed happily. It coincided perfectly with USC's spring break. I took it as a sign of fate. My mother, Jesus, and I jumped up to hug him and thank him profusely. My father stroked my hair as he said, actually, the villa has 6 rooms. I thought you could come too. It was then that I noticed the Moore family seemed surprised. In fact, I noticed Mr. Moore wasn't at the table. Are you sure? Mrs. Moore asked, visibly puzzled. My father nodded with a quiet laugh. Of course. Talk to Brian, and if you can, that would be great. It'll be fun. The master of ceremonies interrupted the ceremony to announce that it was just minutes before midnight. A crowd rose to approach the enormous windows and the balcony. It was tradition for the banquet to culminate with a fireworks display to welcome the new year. The atmosphere became bustling as everyone tried to find a good spot to watch. I felt a firm hand on my shoulder and turned to see Joel with a mischievous grin. Without a word, he took my hand and led me purposefully out of the hall. The lobby was quiet and empty. He led me down a side corridor, and at the end, he suddenly turned and grabbed me by the waist, easily lifting me onto a folding table they had stored there. This dress, she said in a low, almost hoarse voice, is playing with my senses. He gently lifted the fabric to my knees so he could stand in front of me. His lips found my shoulder, leaving small kisses that made me shiver. Joel. I murmured, trying to maintain my composure. His voice drifted down my neck as he breathed in my scent. I want our families to know, I said haltingly. Joel stopped and raised his gaze to meet mine. You have an incredible sense of timing, he replied with an amused grimace. Just, if this is serious, I don't want to hide it, I whispered. He placed his lips on my forehead, and I noticed his smile. I don't want it to be a secret either. But you'll have to protect me from your father. I burst out laughing at the mental image his words evoked. Everything will be okay, I said, silently crossing my fingers inside. Now, win me back. I tilted my head, exposing my neck with a flirtatious smile. Joel let out a soft laugh before kissing me slowly again. It was sweet torture. Every caress, every touch, seemed to ignite something new inside me. Heat rose, and a feeling of desire settled in my chest, warm and throbbing. The countdown began. The crowd chanted in unison as the lights dimmed. Joel kissed the tip of my nose and then the corner of my lips. I tried to pull him closer, but he resisted with a gentle force. Just as everyone reached one, he gave me a smile and whispered, "Happy New Year, honey." And then he kissed me. It was a deep kiss, full of meaning and that connection that needs no words. I tangled my fingers in his hair, as if that moment could last forever. The intensity grew, but Joel stopped abruptly, breathing heavily. "We have to stop," he said with difficulty, fighting with himself. I nodded, though a wave of longing still throbbed inside me. I still wasn't sure if I was ready to take that step, but for the first time in my life, I really wanted it. Episode 7. Every fiber of my being struggled to maintain control in the face of this woman before me. She had no idea how irresistible she was. From the moment she walked down those stairs hours ago, the air seemed to escape from my chest. Her beauty was so dazzling that I thought I'd reached the limit of what I could admire, but life, capricious, proved me wrong in a matter of hours. Now, sitting across the table from me, she took a deep breath to regain her composure. A few curls had come loose from her hairstyle, giving her a wild, carefree look, as if the wind had played with her hair. Her usually pale skin was tinged with a delicate blush, and her slightly swollen lips seemed to invite me closer again. Discreetly, I took a few steps down the hall, adjusting my jacket to hide the discomfort caused by the tightness of my pants. I had to maintain my composure for Ophelia. This was all new and exciting for her, and I wasn't about to ruin it out of selfishness. When we were both calmer, we returned to the ballroom, mingling with the guests as if we'd never been away. Ophelia giggled as I casually guided her through the crowd, pretending we'd been there the whole time. "There they are." Jesus staggered over, and the strong smell of alcohol emanating from him made me wrinkle my nose. "Did you manage to see the fireworks from here?" Ophelia froze, like a fish out of water. Her eyes widened, and her lips parted in a failed attempt to utter a word. Mental note: Ophelia is no good at covert missions. "I saw them," I quickly chimed in, laughing to ease the tension. "Though I think your sister had trouble seeing over the crowd." Luckily, Jesus was too distracted to notice anything strange. We rejoined our families, who were already saying goodbye to the last guests. My mother, true to form, insisted we stay until the Allens left, which meant we wouldn't leave until the last guest had left. Frustration coursed through me as I noticed, once again, my father's absence. Don't get me wrong, I didn't miss him. But his constant disappearances were suspicious. I'd been home for a week, and in total, I hadn't spent more than 45 minutes with him, and that included Christmas morning. When I asked my mother, she just gave me the runaround, as usual, telling me not to worry. "Where's Brian?" Mr. Allen asked when the last guest left. "Oh, I think he's gone now." "He wasn't feeling well," my mother replied in a light tone I knew all too well. It was the one she used when she was lying. As we were getting ready to leave in the hotel lobby, Yvonne couldn't find her coat, so my mother went back to the living room to look for it. "Ah!" Yvonne suddenly exclaimed, heading for a closet. "I remember. I put it here." The silence that followed when he opened the door was deafening. Then, everything exploded. Rage flooded through me, clouding my vision. I barely registered the woman's screams because my attention was focused on one thing, my father, and the anger he stirred in me. "You're a coward," I muttered, grabbing him by the lapels and shoving him against the wall. The woman with him managed to wriggle free, brushing past me. couldn't you behave yourself for a single night? The impact of his head against the wall gave me a bitter sense of satisfaction. But the image of that stranger clinging to him, her kiss still fresh on his lips, was forever etched in my mind. Take your hands off me. Dad shouted as he tried to get me off him. I'm your father. You're not anymore. I shoved him again before slamming my fist into his nose. A satisfying crunch echoed as he fell to the ground. He looked pathetic, hunched over, trying to catch his breath. I was about to jump on him when an argument caught my attention. I turned to see Ophelia's father trying to stop her, but she broke free from his grasp and came to my side. Joel, don't do this, she said softly as she took my arm, while I seethed with rage. Heat spread from her fingers, relaxing my muscles beneath her touch. But she wasn't done. He cheated on my mom, Ophelia. I'm sick of this shit, he deserves it. I know, but Joel, you're better than this. Look at Yvonne, she's scared and needs her big brother. I turned to my sister, my face scrunched up in guilt. She was crouching behind Mr. Allen's leg, her tear-stained face peeking out. Mr. Allen was gently stroking her hair, but her hard eyes were fixed on my father. Seeing my sister so scared brought me down. I turned to my father and thoroughly enjoyed watching him back away from me. I'm sick of you disrespecting Mom, I spat at him. Finally, he managed to catch his breath and leaned against the wall. He raised his bloody face to me and coughed. I wasn't lying, he gasped. As if you weren't. She was naked. Yvonne saw you, you piece of pervert, I exploded. No, cheating, my father said again between breaths. He's right, Joel. I turned quickly at the sound of my mother's voice, who had returned to the group. Her sad eyes ignored my father as she approached me. That wasn't cheating. At least not this time. We've been legally separated since Thanksgiving. Ophelia's grip on my arm tightened as my mother's words fell heavily on all of us. My brain was racing, trying to comprehend what she had just said. What the? I managed, confused. I'm so sorry, son. I didn't want to tell you this. You needed to focus on football and getting good grades. I didn't want the stress of our divorce to get to you. So we decided to live together until after the playoffs so everything would be calm for you and Yvonne. Mom. I sighed. How could you think a divorce would stress me out? I've been asking you for it since I was 16. My mother's eyes shifted to my father, and I could see she was hesitant to say anything further. Even now, she was still protective of him. I stood in front of him, forcing her to look me in the eyes, so she'd focus solely on me. There were disagreements we need to resolve. I don't want you worrying about Yvonne or me while you're at school. I took her in my arms, squeezing her tight as her shoulders shook with stress and pain. But then, her words really clicked in my mind. Why should I care about you too? I turned to my father, still lying on the floor. Don't tell me you don't plan on supporting them. His shoulders squared in defiance as he used his disheveled shirt to hold his bloody nose. Look, I'm the one who has to start over. Buying a house and furniture is expensive, I can't maintain 2 households. Jesus, Brian. Mr. Allen's disappointed voice came from behind. You can make me out to be the villain all you want. Dad struggled to his feet in front of all of our disgusted faces. But I'm trying to be fair here. She was the one who kicked me out, so why should I be responsible for her? And what about Yvonne? My mother exploded, clearly at the end of her tether. I'll take care of her, I interrupted. I'll take care of both of us, I told my mother softly. I turned to my father, took a deep breath, and steady my hands before finally telling him what I'd always wanted. I've spent my whole life trying to be the man you wanted me to be. But I'm done. I don't want to be anything like you. I'll be the man you clearly can't be. If you don't want to take responsibility for your family, fine, go. I'll do it for you. I didn't wait for her response. I didn't care what she had to say. I turned to the others and walked toward Yvonne. She jumped into my arms, and I held her close to my chest as I took my mother's hand and led them outside. I was vaguely aware of the Allens following us, but I didn't stop to speak as I led them to a taxi. I just wanted to get home to my family. I looked out the taxi window as my mother told the driver our address. Ophelia stood between her parents, watching us leave. I smiled sadly at her, she smiled back, and then we drove off. Our house felt colder than usual when we arrived. Yvonne had fallen asleep in the taxi, so I carried her to her room and gently placed her on her bed. I took off her little shoes and loosened the bow on her dress before covering her with her blanket. When I came back downstairs, my mother was sitting in the living room, looking lost. I watched her silently for a moment, then crossed the room to sit across from her. I'm already getting visits from NFL scouts at my games. If the coach tells them I'm willing to enter the draft early, I'll probably get a contract, I explained, having thought about this the whole way home. There's no way, Mom replied firmly, rubbing her eyes. You graduate, period. I'm not going to argue with you. Mom, what are you going to do with the money? If I don't accept the contract early, it'll be a year and a half before they do it again. What if I get injured before then? She nodded slowly, processing my words. Then she looked at me again with sad eyes. My lawyer has been trying to get child and spousal support since I dropped out of college when I married your dad. But his lawyer has been adamant he won't do it. Maybe if I ask for the house but nothing else, he'd accept it. He doesn't want it anyway. He said he's moving to the city. But what would you do with the house? You'd have to take care of the payments and maintenance yourself, I insisted. Yes, she nodded. But if I sell this, that should give Yvonne and me enough to get by for a while. We can move to something smaller, and I'll start working again. Just until they call me, I promised firmly. Then you won't have to worry anymore. My mom smiled softly as she stood. She walked around the coffee table and placed her warm hands on my cheek. None of this is your responsibility, you know. She looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I appreciate you taking the initiative, but I'm still your mother, and I'm going to take care of everything. She gently patted my cheek before adding, I love you, but if I ever see you using your fists instead of words in an argument again, I'm going to scold you real hard. I slumped onto the couch as she walked up the stairs to her room. The adrenaline was still pumping through my body after what had happened that night, and I couldn't calm down. It had really happened, my mom had finally had enough. I stood up, grabbed my jacket, and left the house before I realized what I was doing. The engine of my truck roared to life beneath my feet, and at that moment, I knew exactly what I needed. When I arrived at the Allen house, it was dark and quiet. I walked under Ophelia's window and tried to figure out the best way to get there. Finally, I settled on the wooden grate that ran up the wall and almost reached her window. It would be risky, but I thought it might work. The cold would bit into my fingers as I slowly climbed the woven structure. My shoes barely fit through the holes, making this whole adventure that much more dangerous. When I reached the top, I had to reach out and quickly tap on Ophelia's window before dropping my hand down to steady myself again. Joel. Ophelia's voice sounded worried when she saw me clinging to the grate with all my might. I reached up, found the windowsill, and pulled myself up. Hey, baby, I sighed as I placed my elbows on the wooden edge and then pulled myself inside. Ophelia quickly ran to the door to lock it while I climbed in through the window. I dropped my suit jacket on her desk before unbuttoning my shirt. "It's not what you're thinking," I said hesitantly as she turned to watch me take off my shirt. "It's just that this shirt is too itchy. I wish I'd thought to change." Ophelia sank back onto her bed and settled back against the headboard. "What are you doing here?" she asked softly, looking at me with a mixture of curiosity and concern. I didn't wait for any invitation, just fell between her legs, resting my head on her stomach. The tension in my shoulders slowly began to ease as her delicate fingers slid through my hair and began to massage. "I just needed to see you," I murmured against her sweater. Ophelia's fingers moved from my head to my neck, sweeping down to my shoulders and making me shudder. I let out a soft moan as she began kneading the tense muscles in my shoulders and back. In that moment, I felt a deep gratitude for her. I pressed a kiss to her abdomen before relaxing and letting her continue her massage. "Everything's going to be okay, I know it," she whispered softly into the silence. I nodded slowly. For the first time that night, I truly believed it might be true. I wasn't entirely convinced that my mom's plan with the lawyers would work, but with my little angel by my side, I felt calm. Like maybe the whole world wasn't looking to punish me. We stayed like that until the early hours of the morning. We talked occasionally, but mostly, I just listened to his soft breathing and tried to calm my mind. The rise and fall of his stomach beneath my head was a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. A small voice in my head reminded me that this was what I didn't want. That Ophelia shouldn't be dragged down by my problems. But I didn't know what to do now. I could barely remember what life was like before Ophelia came to USC, but I knew it was dark, gray, and drab. And suddenly, this little ball of light burst into my life, filling it with positivity. At first, it was too much. Like when you're sleeping and you open your eyes to find the blinds have been left open. But over time, my eyes adjusted, and now I can't go back to the darkness. "Good heavens, Joel, you're incorrigible." I breathed in exasperation, pushing him away with a gentle punch to the shoulder. He murmured, sliding his fingers to part my hair and expose my neck. His lips traced a slow caress over my collarbone, sending a shiver down my spine. We were lying on his king-size bed, surrounded by textbooks and folders. January had been an exhausting month for Joel, so we took advantage of every moment to study together. It was our only refuge from the chaos. However, there was one small problem. My boyfriend seemed unable to concentrate when we were alone together, and it fell to me to keep him focused. "Joel, your exam is tomorrow. If you can't concentrate with me here, I'll leave. I won't be the reason you fail." He sighed, defeated, and placed one last kiss on my shoulder before lying back. "Okay, I'll focus," he relented, raising his hands in surrender. "But I think I'm ready." "Prove it to me." "I'll give you a quiz, and if you pass, we'll take a break." A mischievous smile spread across his lips. "As you command, miss." 15 minutes later, Joel wrapped me in a hug as we rested in bed. The clever guy had answered every question flawlessly. I smiled as I watched him from my spot on his chest. His eyes were closed, his jaw relaxed, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly as sleep overcame him. I melted into his arms, enjoying the warmth we both craved amidst our hectic routines. Suddenly, I noticed his hand, which until then had been resting on my back, slowly lower itself. I squinted, studying his face for any clues, but his expression remained serene. His fingers brushed the hem of my jeans before settling firmly on the curve of my hip. A barely perceptible smile betrayed his intentions. "I knew you were awake," I laughed mockingly. Joel gently squeezed his hand, sending a sudden warmth to my belly. I'm not, he grumbled, keeping his eyes closed. His palm slid down to my thigh, caressing it before returning to its previous spot. Joel. I tried to wriggle free, but his arm pinned me down with playful stubbornness. Sure. I'm sleeping, he murmured, now with a cheeky smile. Hey. I touched his cheek to get him to open his eyes. He narrowed one eye, feigning annoyance, and when I repeated the gesture, laughing, he tried to nibble at my finger. Are you nervous about the game? Joel rested his head on the pillow, thoughtful. Nervous about the consequences, he finally admitted, looking at me seriously. It's the national championship. Every NFL team will be watching. If I fail, they won't even look at me again. I nodded, understanding. Since his parents announced their divorce, Joel had pushed himself to the limit. I knew he was taking on the responsibility of caring for his mother and sister as his own. I was proud of his determination, but I was also worried. It was too much for someone his age to bear. You know what would make me feel better? His lips brushed my throat, and a mischievous glint lit his eyes. What? I asked, holding my breath. In one fluid movement, Joel flipped me onto my back and draped himself over me, supporting his weight with his arms. My face burned as I admired his figure, the muscles in his forearms defined, his biceps tense as he adjusted his position. Our hips were almost touching, and the mere thought of closing that distance made my heart race. Well, he said in that low, measured voice that clouded my mind, it would probably help if I looked up at the stands and saw my girl wearing my shirt. Wouldn't it be a little obvious we're dating? I stammered, as Joel trailed his lips behind my earlobe. I felt Joel's shoulder twitch as he continued his torture along my jaw. You wanted to tell our families, he murmured between kisses. Well, that was before everything got complicated. Joel stopped and pulled his head back to stare at me. His lips, completely shiny from the slightly moist kisses, formed a mischievous smile. If you really don't want to. He started, but I interrupted him. Yes, I do, I replied quickly. It's just that I feel more nervous about telling him now, since we kept it a secret. I don't like lying. It's not really a lie. We never said we weren't dating, Joel said with a satisfied smile. I let out a small laugh from deep in my throat. I don't know if I like how easily you find the gray areas of morality. A week later, I found myself nervously following a girl with a notebook through the crowd of Trojans fans. The national championship game was a much bigger event than I had imagined. There were cameras everywhere, with news reporters shouting into their microphones as they pointed at the players on the field. Several assistants walked through the crowd, wearing headsets and black blazers, making sure everything went according to plan. One of those attendants was guiding me to my seat. The players had been assigned tickets for their families in the front row. Joel's tickets went to his mother, his sister, and then my family. I nervously tugged at Joel's shirt as the attendant stepped back and pointed to the seat I should take. I smiled when I saw that my family and Joel's were already seated. They all quickly stood up to hug me, passing me around until I finally sat between Jesus and my dad. I pretended to be focused on the field when I noticed my dad staring at the shirt I was wearing. Welcome back, fans. A big game is coming up, the announcer's voice blared over the speakers. We have the defending champions, the Ohio State Bobcats. They've been here 2 years in a row and won both. Sweat erupted on my hands as the narrator continued talking about our competitors. I rubbed my palms against my shorts to dry them, biting my lower lip. And now, trying to snatch the title away from the champions, the USC Trojans, the announcer continued. They've had a perfect season so far, and they're sure to want to keep that streak going here in the postseason. The announcer continued with details about both teams' seasons, but I couldn't hear him anymore. My lower lip was almost numb from biting it so hard. Finally, the announcer began announcing each team coming out of the tunnels. My eyes immediately found Joel as he led his team out of the locker room. The entire team was jumping up and down excitedly behind him, preparing for the game. Joel ran with determination, his jaw clenched and his eyes fixed straight ahead. My breath caught as I realized that much of Joel's hopes depended on this one game. He needed to win. The game dragged on, every second seeming to drag on. Both teams were so evenly matched that neither could take the lead. At the end of the first half, the score was tied 14-14. I could see both teams heading back to the locker room, frustrated at how difficult it had been to gain an advantage. As the field emptied, the cameras focused on the players turned toward the stands. I averted my gaze as the attendants began directing the cameramen in different directions, taking photos of the players' families. "It seems they're looking for you," Jesus laughed in her ear. I shuddered as I looked up. Sure enough, several cameramen seemed to be directing their cameras toward our families, focusing on me, on my t-shirt. "It probably wasn't the best idea to wear this," Jesus added, tugging at my number on my jersey. "Joel's got so much buzz in the NFL. Now everyone's going to think you're his girlfriend and have information about where he's going to sign or something." Well, I cleared my throat, actually Darius. "And we're back, friends." I sighed internally as the narrator interrupted. Jesus' attention was quickly diverted, and he began shouting and fist-pumping along with the rest of the crowd. Maybe telling Jesus without Joel being there hadn't been the best idea. I knew Joel wanted to talk to Jesus alone before telling our families, but now that it was imminent, I just wanted to get it over with. The second half played out similarly to the first. We'd score a touchdown, putting us up 7 points on the kick, and then they'd score another touchdown, tying the score. At one point, my dad reached out and physically pulled my lip back with a stern look. I quickly licked the small cut he'd given me. Near the end of the fourth quarter, both teams were desperate, and angrier, to gain an advantage. The plays became more aggressive, the shots lower. My eyes filled with tears when I saw Tyler being carted off the field, his arm at an odd angle, as if it were broken. Not even 2 minutes had passed when Joel executed a play that left a Bobcat out of contention, equally injured. I didn't dare breathe as the teams prepared for the final minutes of the game. The Bobcats had just scored a touchdown and taken a 7-point lead on the kick. The air in the stadium was thick with tension as everyone realized how close the end was. The Trojans only had 2 minutes to score more than 7 points, or they would lose. My ears rang with pressure as I watched Joel lead his team. He pointed to different players, giving instructions I couldn't hear. I could see the determination on his face as he frowned and got into position. The whistle blew. The ball was delivered. The two teams collided hard, battling for those final moments. My face scrunched up in fear as it seemed the Bobcats had stopped the Trojans. Suddenly, James managed to escape the defender's embrace and sprinted down the field. Joel stepped back and prepared with the ball in his hands, his eyes fixed on James. James was running down the field, eluding the Bobcats who were trying to stop him. But he was so far away from Joel. The ball flew out of Joel's hands and headed toward James. Everyone in the stands stood and cheered as the ball went farther and farther. 50 yards. 60, 75. James leaped into the air and caught the ball against his chest, running toward the end zone. "Touchdown," the announcer shouted, as the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. That was an 85-yard pass from Trojans quarterback Joel Moore. Those 6 points put the Trojans at 27, while the Bobcats hold at 28. The Trojans have to make tough decisions here. If they opt for the kick, they'll have 30 seconds to make a play, otherwise, this game will go to overtime. If they decide to line up from the 15-yard line, they'll have those 30 seconds to cross the end zone, or they'll lose, folks. Joel paced nervously along the sideline as his coach yelled into his headset. All the Trojans players looked at Joel, waiting to see what decision their leader would make. Joel called his coach, and they began talking intensely for a few seconds. Finally, the offensive line took the field again. Looks like they're getting ready for another play. A risky call by the Trojans, but if they get it right, they'll win the game. The excitement in the commentator's voice reflected the energy felt in the stadium. The Trojans' offense lined up at the far end of the field, with Joel standing behind them. They had to break through the Bobcats' defense and advance 15 yards to the end zone. My leg was vibrating so much I was shaking violently, but no one noticed. Everyone was completely focused on the field. The ball was handed to Joel, who caught it and quickly stepped back. The Bobcats' defense collided with the Trojans as they struggled to break through their wall. I clenched my hands in prayer as I watched Joel search for space between the players. He needed someone to open up so he could pass them the ball. There were just 10 seconds left on the clock when Joel seemed to realize there would be no pass. He leaped forward, dodging one Bobcat player and driving his shoulder hard into another. A huge defensive player wrapped his muscular arms around Joel and tried to drag him into the crowd. They both stumbled, but at the last second Joel recovered and managed to free himself from the hold. I screamed as I watched Joel cross the end zone. He slammed the ball down onto the turf and raised his arms in victory. Tears blurred my vision as I realized it had really happened. The Trojans had won the national championship. A laugh escaped me as Jesus jumped like crazy, cheering on his best friend. I was wrapped in a big celebratory hug with my family and the Moores. Mrs. Moore was crying like me as she kissed my wet cheeks. One of the attendants signaled to the families in the front row to stand and follow her. She walked to the field entrance and opened the gate so we could all leave. I hurried forward, grateful for my small stature, which allowed me to slip through the crowd and run toward the players. My mind was completely focused on Joel as I made my way through the crowd. He was still standing in the middle of the field, surrounded by his team. James smiled broadly when he saw me running toward him. He gave Joel a friendly punch on the shoulder, causing him to turn toward me. The most dazzling smile I'd ever seen appeared on Joel's face when our eyes met. I froze for a moment, before my feet propelled me closer. Joel pushed away from the crowd, clapping his companions on the shoulders as they let him pass. We didn't take our eyes off each other as we both ran toward the meeting. "You did it!" I shouted when I finally reached him. My arms wrapped around his neck at the same time he wrapped his arms around my waist. I let out a hearty laugh as I spun in the air, both of us elated with victory. He lifted me even higher, and my legs naturally wrapped around his hips. He grabbed the backs of my thighs to keep me steady as I hugged his neck tightly. I pulled away from him to look at him. My tear-stained smile expressed an adoration I couldn't hide, and I whispered, "I'm so proud of you." My heart pounded in my chest at the intensity in Joel's eyes. He lifted his jaw, slowly moving closer to me, and our lips met in a soft but emotion-filled kiss. The kiss deepened, and I clutched at his shoulder pads as I felt his feelings transmit through that contact. A hiss broke the bubble that surrounded us, and I slowly backed away, still in shock. Joel seemed reluctant to let go of me, but we both remembered where we were at the same time. My head whipped around to take in our surroundings. Joel put me down, but hugged me protectively under his arm as he looked around. His classmates looked at him with goofy smiles, some making kissy faces and laughing together. The cameras focused on us, capturing our moment on television. I breathed deeply as I felt nerves creeping through my skin. My parents and Jules were there, watching us. My dad and Jesus were just a few feet away, wearing identical masks of astonishment. My heart hammered in my chest as I held my father's gaze. His shocked expression began to transform, his neck reddened, and his lips pressed into a tight line. His eyes, narrowed to narrow slits, stared at Joel, who was still at my side. Instinctively, I moved closer to him, seeking refuge in his presence. Partly out of nervousness, partly to protect him from the murderous glare my father was giving him. My movement caught his attention, and his gaze shifted to me. For a moment, his eyes softened their hardness, but then he shook his head and disappeared into the crowd. Mrs. Moore and my mother, until then paralyzed by surprise, reacted suddenly. They both rushed toward us with radiant smiles, enveloping us in warm hugs. I stepped back a little to let Joel enjoy the moment with his mother, moved to tears, and his sister, who couldn't contain her elation. Seriously, awfully, my mother scolded as she hugged me. I've been preparing your father for weeks to accept that you're growing up, but you decided to rip the bandage off with one fell swoop. Is he mad at me? I asked, worried. She gave me a sympathetic smile and ran her thumb down my cheek. It's not anger, honey. It's just that he doesn't handle change well. Especially when it comes to you. But Jesus, on the other hand. The mention of my brother made my blood run cold. My eyes scanned the crowd, urgently searching for him, wanting to apologize. I found him a few feet away, surrounded by some of Joel's teammates. He hugged James and patted him on the back, congratulating him, while Joel, with his usual smile, shouted something in his ear to make himself heard over the din. I slowly walked towards him and gently tugged at his shirt. "Hey, big brother," I murmured when he turned to look at me. "Since when?" His face was expressionless, so unlike his usual dramatic nature. "We've only been dating since New Year's," I quickly explained. "We were going to tell you right away, but then what happened with his dad, and with school starting again." "Are you really dating?" he interrupted. I nodded shyly, not knowing what to expect from his reaction. "Or are you just assuming it's true and Joel hasn't put a name to it?" His tone was firm, almost defiant. I didn't understand what he was getting at. "Yes," I frowned. "He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I accepted." Jesus exhaled sharply, as if he had just been hit. His eyes darted around, as if he were doing mental calculations. "This is too much, Ophelia." I tried not to take it personally that he used my full name, but it hurt. "It was awkward when you two became friends. But now you're a couple. He's been my best friend since I was 5. His voice, laced with discouragement, broke my heart. He wasn't angry with me, he just seemed confused and sad. "I'm so sorry," I pleaded. "Tell me, Darius, what do I do? How do I fix this?" A melancholic smile appeared on his lips as he placed a hand on my shoulder. "I'm the one who has to solve this, not you." It's ironic. I wanted to ask him what he meant by that. I wanted to beg him to forgive me and for everything to go back to the way it was. But I had been selfish in handling my relationship with Joel, and Jesus deserved his space. I hugged him briefly, he didn't reciprocate, and walked away. The crowd was still excited by the victory, and I had to push my way through the jumping fans while I searched for my father. I found him at the edge of the court, next to my mother. She was talking at full speed, gesticulating energetically, while he, standing tall with his shoulders squared, listened to her in silence, occasionally shaking his head and rolling his eyes. "Dad," I said as I walked up to him. His head whipped around to me and he frowned. I'm definitely having a rough day with the men in my family today. Good luck, Mom whispered as she slid past me, leaving me alone with him. I don't like it, Dad said firmly. I don't think you've thought things through. I really love him, Dad. My face took on a sad puppy dog expression. My big eyes and quivering lower lip usually softened my father. Do you have any idea what kind of boy he is? God. The stories Brian has told me. My dad shook his head and looked up at the sky. Why do you believe everything Joel's father says about him? You saw him on New Year's, he's disgusting. I tried to maintain respect for my father, but my voice rose in frustration. Brian was upset about that, and your mom and I have already completely cut him out. But he's still Joel's dad, and he knows more about him than we do. Did you know Joel almost repeated his year? He probably would have if it weren't for the interest in keeping his football star. And he's always getting into fights. New Year's was just the last straw. He can't control his anger, Ophelia. Well, from what I heard, you weren't that different. I snapped. My dad's eyes widened at my outburst, and then he let out a resigned sigh. It's already changing you. He shook his head. You would never have behaved that way with me before. Shame and rebellion fought for dominance in my heart. I hated disappointing my father, and I definitely never wanted to disrespect him. But he was being unfair to Joel, and I felt the need to defend his character. Joel wasn't the person my dad described. He may not have been perfect, but he was good. I see you're disappointed in me, Dad, I sighed. I'm sorry I lied to you, but I don't regret being with Joel. And, honestly, I'm a little disappointed, too. I never thought you'd be so judgmental. Especially with someone you've known for so long. After that, I walked away. I didn't feel like there was anything else left to say. My subdued mood contrasted sharply with the excited fans and players crowding onto the field. I jumped when long arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me back. Well, that was pretty pain-free, wasn't it? Joel laughed in my ear. Pain-free? I repeated, surprised. Yeah, I talked to Darius and he seems fine. What about your dad? I haven't seen him. But at least now everyone knows. As if to prove we weren't a secret anymore, he leaned in to kiss my cheek. Did you talk to Darius? I asked as I leaned my head on his chest. Yes, he told me he'd already spoken to you. We shook hands, everything seems fine. My heart sank at Joel's words. Jesus didn't seem to be okay with me. Why did he forgive Joel so quickly but not me? I hated the feeling of jealousy that haunted me. I was Darius's sister. We'd hardly ever argued. Why was he so cold toward me, but with Joel it was all smiles and brotherly hugs? So how was your dad? Joel asked. Any negative thoughts I had toward him disappeared when I looked at his face. He was so happy, so carefree for once. Today was supposed to be a celebration, and I didn't want family drama to ruin that for him. He'll get used to it, I said with a small smile. Joel pressed his lips against my forehead as he squeezed me tightly. See? Everything's okay now. God, I wish he was right. A few hours later, I was snuggled under Joel's arm at the afterparty. The music blasted from the speakers and vibrated in my bones as I hid from the crowd. The sea of people wearing yellow and red was overwhelming. Especially when they all wanted to congratulate Joel. It was a true testament to how happy Joel was that he tolerated all of them. Sure, he didn't speak to any of them, but he smiled as they shouted their praises and didn't say anything sarcastic. So I considered that a win. There was no further drama in the field, as my parents left quickly after our conversation. Jesus stayed for the party, but up until that point we hadn't been alone together. I couldn't help but feel that this was intentional on his part. Every time I saw Jesus, he'd laugh and drink with the football team. But as soon as I got close to him, his mood would change and he'd become quiet. Then he'd suddenly have some excuse to leave without speaking to me. It hurt even more to see him hug Joel as if there was no problem between them. Joel could tell I wasn't feeling well. He kept rubbing my back and asking if I was okay. However, it only made me feel worse for not knowing how to hide my emotions. I told him over and over again that I was fine, but he knew I was lying. "Hey, buddy, I think Darius needs a nap." "He's pretty lost," Tyler laughed as he approached Joel and me. Concern furrowed my brows as I searched the living room for my brother. "He's on the back porch," Tyler added. "Honey, maybe you should stay here," Joel yelled in my ear. "Don't even think about it." I raised my eyebrows, waiting to see if he was going to be stubborn. Joel let out a resigned sigh, and my mouth curved into a smile. I hooked my finger through his belt loop so we wouldn't get lost and shot out toward the back porch. "Darius?" I asked desperately, seeing the state he was in. My brother was lying on the floor, holding a bottle of tequila. He looked like he'd fallen and decided to just stay there laughing at something that didn't make sense. "Sorry, man," James grimaced from his spot next to Jesus. I tried to slow him down. "Hey! It's Joel." Jesus stammered as he turned his head toward us. My hand found Joel's for comfort as I leaned closer to Jesus. It scared me to see him like this. He was barely conscious and didn't seem to understand what was happening around him. His face was completely red, and his eyes were wide and glassy. "Darius," I said softly as I crouched down in front of him. "Not you," Jesus growled and dropped his head back. "Go away, Ophelia." I stumbled back as if I'd been slapped. Joel's big hands caught me under the arms and lifted me back up. "What the hell, Darius?" "Don't talk to him like that," Joel said sharply, pulling me to my feet. "Great. Yeah, now he's starting to take his stand," Jesus shouted. He tried to get up, but stumbled and sank back to the ground. Joel tensed beside me, but I pushed him back slightly. I tried to silently communicate that he shouldn't get involved. I didn't want to be the cause of two best friends fighting. "Jesus, I'm so sorry. If you'd just tell me why you're upset, I could fix it. Because you always get everything you want." Jesus' face twisted in rage. Tears burned my eyes as he continued. "Everything, Ophelia. Everything is so easy for you. You want something. It's yours. Mom and Dad gave you everything growing up, you never had to work for anything. And now you even get my best friend." The world around me shattered. My whole life, one constant had been my brother's love. I couldn't count on anything completely, but that, I knew I had. The ground fell away beneath my feet as my breathing became ragged. I avoided looking at James and Joel, knowing they would see me with pity. Pity for the girl who had just discovered her brother resented her. I turned on my heels and ran to the side of the house. I pushed my way through the partygoers to the street and started walking toward my residence. The cold night air pricked my skin as I rubbed my hands over my arms for warmth. My feet rushed me home while my mind raced. What was I going to do? Jesus hated me. Not Joel. Me. Because, apparently, I had taken something from him, a lot of things. "Honey, wait." Joel called just as I was opening my bedroom door. I walked into my dorm, quickly said hello to Madeline, and then headed to my room, slamming the door shut. The door opened instantly, and Joel burst into my room. "Why did you leave Jesus?" he asked, and I, unable to deal with the overwhelming wave of emotions that washed over me at the sight of him, replied, "Is he okay?" "Darius is fine. James is looking after him tonight. He gets like this sometimes, when he's had too much to drink." Joel hesitated for a moment. "I really don't think he meant it, okay? He just gets really irritable when he drinks too much." The tears I'd been trying to hold back broke like a dam and began to fall down my cheeks. "You heard him, Joel. He's felt this way since we were kids. He just never told me." My heart pounded in my chest as I thought about everything that had happened today. How had it come to this? "Look, everything's going to be okay, okay?" Joel came to me to hug me, but I pulled away. He dropped his arms to his sides. "When Jesus recovers, he's going to regret everything he did tonight. It's not just Jesus," I exclaimed, holding my hands to stop them from shaking. "It was my dad, too, Joel. He hates this. He hates us. Why didn't you tell me?" Joel took a step back and ran his hand through his hair, visibly frustrated. "Because you just won the championship. Now it's all about my family and the fact that we're hurting them by being together." My body convulsed with sobs as I tried to breathe through my tears. "Don't say that," Joel growled as he walked to the other side of my small room. "Don't talk like we're the problem. We haven't done anything wrong. Easy for you to say, you just let down the two most important men in your life. And you think I haven't spent my whole life disappointing everyone?" Joel responded, furious. I stepped back, surprised, as Joel's anger flared. Everything was spiraling out of control, but I didn't know how to stop it. My dad was upset. Jesus was upset. Now, Joel was upset, too. I had caused all of this, but I had no idea how to fix it. "Just, please. Please, baby," Joel softened his tone as he moved closer to me again. I closed my eyes as he brushed my hair off my shoulders and stroked my collarbone. "I'll fix it, okay? Just don't talk like you want this to end. I can't lose you." I opened my eyes and saw Joel staring at me. Fear shone in his eyes as he clenched his jaw. "I don't want to lose you either," I whispered softly. "But I really don't want to lose my family either." Joel wrapped me in a tight hug against his chest. This time I let him, finding comfort in his warmth. My ear was against his rapidly beating heart. He gently kissed my hair as his large hands ran through my curls and down my back. "I'll fix this, I promise," he said as he rested his cheek on the top of my head. "How?" I asked timidly. Joel paused. "I don't know yet. But I will." He lay down on my bed and pulled me towards him. His large body took up most of the mattress when he was lying down, so I stayed there, resting my head in the crook of his neck. We didn't speak again as we cuddled. Joel ran his hands in circles over my back, occasionally kissing my hair. My breathing calmed over time, and my tears dried. But no matter how much time passed, my mind never stopped spinning. My feelings for Joel were so intense. As a child, I thought I loved him, but now I knew I didn't. What I felt then was trivial and superficial. I barely knew who he really was, and I dared to call it love. But what happens now? I knew Joel carried an immense burden of guilt in his heart for how he'd treated his mother. I knew he felt he could never repair that relationship, even though he was already doing so. I knew Joel refused to acknowledge how deeply he cared for his friends. But even though he didn't call them brothers, they were brothers. I knew Joel thought he was a failure, that he couldn't do anything right. But he always presented himself as a leader. People listened to him without a second thought because he projected confidence and clarity of mind. I knew Joel pretended not to care about his studies, that football was all he cared about. But I also knew he wanted to make his family proud on his graduation day. I knew all this and much more about Joel. Every new thing I learned made him more precious and irreplaceable in my heart. Could I call him love now? And if I did, would it be worth losing my family for him? I lay in Ophelia's bed until 7 in the morning, wide awake. Sleep refused to come as I felt her breathe softly against my neck, her body still but her mind in turmoil. Although she was still physically in my arms, emotionally she was growing distant, as if an invisible wall were growing between us. Each heartbeat of hers seemed to distance itself from mine, and anguish gnawed at me. I knew that if her family couldn't accept us, she'd choose them instead. Who was I compared to her father and brother? I'd never blame her for prioritizing them, but the thought of losing her tore me apart. Ophelia had become my light, and without her, everything would return to darkness. A sudden pang of remorse washed over me as I remembered Jesus. My God, he was my brother, and in my despair over Ophelia, I had neglected him. The way Darius had treated her, it was my fault. I had become so obsessed with her that I let him wallow in his own pain. Carefully, I turned onto my side, holding Ophelia so that her head rested gently on the pillow. I stood up and paused for a moment to look at her, her disheveled hair, her fluttering eyelashes, her parted lips. I couldn't lose her. I had to fix things, and soon. When I returned to the team house, I found James awake, his face drawn and dark circles under his eyes. He looked as exhausted as I was. "Late night?" he asked, watching me take off my jacket. "Yes. You too?" I replied. He nodded, rubbing his eyes. "Jesus got pretty sick after you left." "He's fine," he clarified when he saw my expression, but he was throwing up for a while. I didn't want him to choke, so I stayed and kept an eye on him. Gratitude for James flooded through me. Once again, I'd chosen Ophelia over Jesus, and without him, things could have ended in tragedy. I swallowed and tapped him on the shoulder. "Thanks, bro. I don't know what I'd do without you." James blinked in surprise before giving a tired smile. "You're welcome." I went upstairs to take a shower, needing the hot water to help me gather my thoughts. I had to act before Ophelia decided it was easier to break up with me. As the steam engulfed the bathroom, a plan began to take shape. Dressed and more clearly, I looked for Jesus. I found him collapsed on James's bed, still wearing his clothes from the night before, and a bucket on the floor I chose not to inspect. "Darius." I shook his arm, but he just grunted and rolled over. For a second, his stubbornness reminded me of Ophelia. The Allen siblings definitely shared her resistance to waking up. "Come on, wake up already," I insisted, pushing him harder. Jesus opened his eyes slightly, frowning. "What's wrong?" "I've got a hell of a hangover." "We need to talk about Ophelia," I said, plopping down into James's chair. I watched as he slowly sat up, his expression changing from confusion to memory, and finally, to guilt. "God!" I yelled at him, didn't I? She covered her face with her hands. "I barely remember anything." "Yes. And you also told her that you resented her for having everything she wants. Which, by the way, is a complete lie. So the mean boyfriend came here just to yell at me." Jesus frowned. "Not really. I leaned forward a little and rested my elbows on my knees. I came here to apologize. Jesus's face was almost comical. His eyes widened, his eyebrows raised, and his jaw slack. Okay, message received. I don't apologize often. Look, dude, I continued. I know I messed up. Ever since Ophelia came to USC. I don't know, man. She kind of got into my head. It was like she was a completely different person, and it was easy to tune out our life at home. But I should have talked to you about it. I shouldn't have made you feel like you weren't important to me anymore. I feel terrible about it. Especially for not talking to you more. Jesus opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again. Finally, he let out a nervous laugh. Is Joel Moore talking about his feelings? I covered my face with my hand and laughed. Your sister is changing me, man. You know, I called Tyler dumb the other day at practice. The guys are never going to let me live that down. I looked up and saw Jesus watching me thoughtfully. The small smile on the corner of his lips made me feel vulnerable and somewhat uncomfortable. Well, shit, he said, his tone thoughtful. Now that that's out of my system, I'm going to be the bad boyfriend. You made my sister cry, asshole. What was that all about? I don't know, Jesus sighed. I'm going to apologize to her. It's just. I don't know. Shit. I guess I didn't like feeling like I was losing you. So if I promise you will always be close and all that, will you leave me alone with her? She's devastated, man. Jesus threw his head back and laughed. Wow, there's your usual, soft, self. I was getting worried. I smiled when I realized the old Jesus was back. Okay, he nodded. I'll go to her bedroom before we leave town. Jesus became more serious and lowered his feet to the floor to stare at me. Now, I feel compelled to tell you, if you hurt my sister or disrespect her in any way, I will beat the shit out of you. You can't beat me up, I laughed. Jesus nodded thoughtfully. You're right. But if you're going to date her, I need a promise that if you hurt her, you won't fight back. If I hurt her, shit. I'll give you my truck to run me over, I said sincerely. 4 hours later, I drove my truck toward Belmere for phase 2 of this plan. I pounded the steering wheel repeatedly as nerves ate at me from the inside out. My skin was sensitive, almost raw, as I mentally went over what I was going to say. I pulled up in front of the Allen house and sighed. It was now or never. If I wanted to be with Ophelia, I had to do this. I got out of the truck and walked to the door. I barely rang the bell once when the door flew open, and Mr. Allen appeared, staring at me sharply. My office, now, he ordered. I kept a neutral expression while the alpha part of me wanted to rebel. This wasn't the time to clash with Ophelia's father. If I had to bow my head, I would. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Mr. Allen asked as he sat across from me at his desk. I felt like a kid who'd gotten into trouble with the principal. I came here to apologize, I began, looking him straight in the eyes. You shouldn't have found out about Ophelia and me like that. It's not just that, Mr. Allen interrupted. Don't get me wrong. Watching you show off my daughter in front of so many cameras bothered me. But I'm sorry, Joel, I just don't think you're the best fit for her. Ophelia is sensitive and somewhat naive. You can be aggressive and stubborn. I don't like the idea of you running her down with your behavior. I leaned back in my chair as I absorbed what he was saying. It wasn't enough. Well, shit, I knew it. Every argument I'd planned went down the drain. My knees shook with nerves as I tried to gather my thoughts. My stomach twisted as I realized someone I considered a father figure thought I was trash too. I knew I wasn't enough for her, I said quietly. But I was trying to be. You're right, Ophelia is sensitive and, yes, maybe a little naive. But those are things I want to protect, not take advantage of. Ophelia is strong, too. Stronger than you know. And she's smart. God, if anyone can be a pushover, it's me. Mr. Allen sighed and nodded. I appreciate you saying that, and I think you mean it. But she's my daughter, Joel. She's precious to me. I just don't approve. Frustration bubbled inside me. He wasn't even giving me a chance. So there's nothing I can do to change your mind, I said through gritted teeth. Her silence was the answer I needed. I ran my hand over my jaw as I tried to calm myself. I wasn't going to show her the kind of person I thought she was. Well, I continued. I came here to apologize anyway. So I'm sorry for disrespecting you. I know how important you are to Ophelia, and I know your values. I should have been more of a man and told you sooner. And I'm sorry about what happened after the game, too. I stood up to leave, but stopped at the door. I just want you to know that I really care. I'm sure I'd do anything to make her smile. That's why I came here, to try to fix things, so that Ophelia has everything that makes her happy. But now, sir, I straightened and looked him in the eyes, it's not me who's hurting her. It's you. I turned and walked out before Mr. Allen could respond. I'd already said what I wanted, but I knew when I was fighting a losing battle. How could I convince him I was good enough for Ophelia when I didn't believe it myself? As I drove back to college, an overwhelming wave of emotions hit me. I couldn't believe what was happening. I was about to lose her. I thought everything had been resolved after Jesus calmed down, but Mr. Allen had been a completely different challenge. If anything, I probably made it worse in the end. Maybe I should have fought harder. Maybe I could have put my pride aside and apologized. I felt ashamed when I realized how poorly I had handled the situation. When I got home, 4 hours later, I felt defeated. I dragged my feet inside, my heart heavy. The house was empty, so I headed upstairs and checked my phone for the first time all day. It was a Saturday afternoon. Usually, the guys would be here, getting ready for parties or dates. I received a message from James. Hey, buddy. We're having a few drinks at Alpha Cheese House. Come over when you get there. We'll be here all night. The party starts at 10. I quickly told him I didn't feel like going out and walked into my room. A sigh of relief escaped my lips when, suddenly, a small ball of curls hit me in the stomach. Ophelia. I coughed as I looked down, surprised by the little girl wrapped around my waist. I gasped when she looked up at me. Her face was lit up with a big smile and eyes full of excitement. She reached out and tugged at my shirt to pull me down. I hugged her tightly as her arms wrapped around my neck. How did you do it? He murmured, pulling back slightly to look at me. I was baffled, unable to understand what was happening. The adoration I saw in his eyes made me feel undeserving. What did I do? I asked hesitantly. It might be the last time Ophelia treated me like this after I told her how my day had gone. This morning I woke up to Jesus begging me for forgiveness. He said he was just drunk and didn't mean it like that. And he's fine with us. He even joked that we'd have joint custody of you. Obviously, it's going to take time, but he's fine. We're fine, she spoke quickly. I smiled sadly at my beautiful girl's false hope. I was so close to fixing it for her. And then, My dad called me, she continued, and my heart stopped in my chest. My mouth went dry as I tried to find what to say. But then the confusion came. Why was I so happy? Joel, Ophelia reached up and stroked my cheek. I can't believe you went to talk to my dad. But... I began, then shook my head. What did he say to you? Ophelia smiled and gave me a quick kiss before letting go of me and walking over to the bed. He said you went to apologize and that you took responsibility. It feels weird, but for my dad, that's a big gesture. He never backs down on anything once he makes a decision. My mind began to spin with Ophelia's words. Was I in the same office? Did I have the same conversation? Maybe Mrs. Allen made her see things differently after I left. I took a deep breath as everything fell into place. So, is everything okay? I asked, smiling slightly. Better than good. Ophelia laughed as she sat up on her knees to hug me again. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her towards me, letting her sit on my lap. She let out a small, surprised gasp and then shifted, resting her knees on either side of my thighs. I gathered her body and snuggled my face into her neck, holding her even tighter. The sweet scent of this perfect girl enveloped me as I breathed in her fragrance. I couldn't quite place it, but it always calmed me. It was like a bowl of fresh strawberries, but with an extra touch of sugar and a magic dusting that was uniquely Ophelia's. I slid my hands under the hem of her sweater and then dropped them to her bare legs. My fingers toyed with the hem of her pajama shorts. She let out a soft laugh in my ear, causing my face to move away from her neck with a smile. That tickles, she laughed again as she gently moved her hip in my lap. The movement surprised me, causing an involuntary reaction. My face tightened as I tried to control what I was feeling. Don't do that, honey, I whispered, placing my thumb between Ophelia's eyebrows to calm her. She noticed the discomfort on my face, and a light blush covered her nose. Sorry, he whispered, realizing what had happened. My hands moved to her sides, feeling the warmth of her skin through her pajamas. I couldn't help it, she was so close, so perfect. But I tried to maintain control. Ophelia, are you sure what you want? I asked in a softer voice, trying to be clear about my intentions. She didn't say anything, but she looked at me with those bright, lustful eyes. The air between us grew thick. Maybe we should stop, I murmured hoarsely, suppressing the desire burning beneath my skin. Every fiber of my being resisted pulling away, but I didn't want to rush things with Ophelia. No, Joel, please, she whispered, clutching my shirt in her small fists. I swallowed, trying to maintain clarity as her warmth enveloped me. With a gentleness that disarmed me, Ophelia placed her hand on my cheek and smiled at me. I trust you. I couldn't resist. I reversed our positions, letting my body fall onto his as my lips returned to his in a deep kiss. The friction of our hips was almost a rebuke for how his foreplay had fueled my desire. As I pulled away for a moment, I felt her nails lightly dig into my shoulders. Relax, I whispered with a brush of my lips, assuring her I wouldn't leave. I settled in beside her, sliding my arm under her head to pull her towards me. She tried to turn, but I gently stopped her, keeping her face up. My hand moved down her abdomen, drawing slow circles beneath her sweater. Her skin, soft and warm, tingled at the touch. Patience, baby, I murmured, burying my face in her hair. You were the one who set the pace before. Now it's my turn. Ophelia arched her neck back, looking at me with those huge eyes that reflected a mixture of longing and shyness. Are you sure? I asked, stopping my hand. A breathy moan escaped her lips, sending a shock-wave of electricity straight to my groin. I resisted the urge to move forward, waiting for her response. "Yes, I'm sure," she affirmed, almost breathless. As I slid my fingers under the hem of her jeans, the world seemed to narrow down to her labored breathing. Every inch of her skin was a revelation. Her eyelids fluttered closed, and her mouth parted in a sigh as my fingers found her wetness. "God, you're incredible," I growled against her mouth, sealing my words with a kiss I barely managed to control. She tried to deepen it, but I pulled away. I needed to stay sane. I played with her clit in slow circles, mesmerized by every tremor, every stifled moan. Her body tensed, seeking more, but I simply varied the rhythm, prolonging her sweet agony. "Let yourself go," I commanded in a voice even I didn't recognize. And then it happened. Her back arched, her muscles tensed, and for an instant, time stood still. When she finally collapsed on top of me, gasping, I eased my grip but didn't let go, allowing her to savor every spasm of pleasure against my chest. As she recovered, her embarrassed look brought me back to reality. The bold seductress I'd seen before had given way to the shy Ophelia I knew. "Don't hide," I laughed, kissing her forehead as she protested with an adorable whimper. At that moment, I knew, there was nothing more intoxicating than witnessing her surrender. And even though my own body was crying out for relief, the satisfaction of watching her lose herself in me was enough. For now. On Sunday morning, I woke up alone in Joel's wide bed. I frowned as I stretched and scanned the room. A groan escaped my lips as my bones creaked satisfyingly. My limbs still felt heavy as I leaned against the headboard and rubbed my eyes. The events of the previous night came flooding back to me, and a warm blush tinged my cheeks. God, what had possessed me? I'd been so happy when Jesus woke me up to apologize. I knew he was still holding something back, that there were words left unsaid. But I also recognized the sincerity in his regret and his desire to move forward. Maybe we weren't back to normal, but at least we both wanted to try. And then, as if the heavens had opened, my father, the most stubborn man in the world, said he'd try. Pride flooded back into me as I remembered Joel driving up to his house. Growing up a daddy's girl, I always dreamed of a man who would respect him enough to follow certain traditions. Sure, Joel and I had done things out of order, but it meant so much to me that he valued our relationship enough to go talk to him. In a burst of relief and euphoria, I ran straight to his house to wait for him. But the blush on my cheeks intensified as I remembered that the real euphoria came later, when Joel showed me what it was like to lose control. My mouth went dry as I recalled how he made me feel. It was as if someone else had taken possession of my body and my senses. I was ashamed to think about the sounds that escaped me, but I couldn't contain them. In the past, I had tried to understand my own body, but how do you get to a destination when you don't even know the way? Good heavens! Joel did know him. A pang of discomfort shot through me as I remembered how obviously experienced he was with the female anatomy. I didn't want to imagine Joel being intimate with anyone else, but I knew it was part of his past. Anxiety began to creep up my spine as my mind delved deeper into that dark labyrinth. He'd insisted on stopping us before things went too far, but he knew that under other circumstances, I would have reciprocated. How would I know what to do? How could I possibly keep up with other inexperienced girls? At that moment, the bedroom door opened and Joel walked in with 2 steaming cups of coffee. He smiled when he saw me awake, but his gaze lingered on my flushed cheeks. "What were you thinking?" he asked with a mischievous smile, arching an eyebrow. He placed the cups on the nightstand and sat down next to me, placing a soft kiss on my forehead. "Why didn't you wake me up?" I stammered, trying to calm my restless thoughts. Joel frowned slightly at my stuttering. I tried, he said softly. But you hit me in your sleep. A giggle escaped my lips. It isn't true. Yes, you did, he laughed, settling in next to me. Luckily, we both know you can't hit. So I thought it would be safer to make some coffee before trying again. I rolled my eyes at his hint, but managed a weak smile. Joel leaned over to look at me again, studying my expression. What's up, honey? Normally, a comment like that would set you off. I hesitated for a second before straightening and crossing my legs. Better to just face it. How many people have you slept with? A strangled sound escaped Joel's throat, and he froze, staring at me. Why do you want to know that? I don't think this will lead to anything good. I just need to know what I'm up against, I said, a hint of uncertainty in my voice. It was something I wanted to know, but at the same time, I was deeply afraid of hearing the answer. Joel's eyes softened, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Ophelia, baby, he whispered tenderly as he placed a fleeting kiss on my forehead, you have no competition. A trace of remorse crossed his face, and he took a deep breath before continuing. If I'm completely honest, I couldn't give you an exact number. I never kept track, because before you, no girl had ever truly meant anything to me. I nodded slowly, processing each of his words. There had been so many other people before me, how could I possibly be special after all that? It's just that. I began, a lump in my throat, everything you and I do is new to me. These are my first times. I don't know how I can offer you anything you haven't already experienced with someone else. Joel wrapped me in a tight, comforting hug, resting his cheek on the top of my head. If I'd known how wonderful everything would be with you, I would have waited. I really would have, Ophelia. But believe me when I tell you, every moment with you surpasses anything I've ever experienced before. Kissing you is incredible. And when we decide to move forward, it will be just as special. Because it will be with you. Gently, he took my shoulders and lifted me up to look into my eyes. He tilted his head to make sure he captured my attention, and gave me a mischievous smile. Actually, there's a first you've given me. You're my first girlfriend. Really? I asked, surprised. He gave a soft laugh and nodded. Yeah. I've never felt it was worth it before. Until now. I rolled my eyes, trying not to smile, and decided not to dig deeper into his past. I didn't want to ruin the moment. Well, surprise, I said with a giggle. You're not my first boyfriend. Joel glared at me, feigning comical indignation. Who was it? Richard Jones. 2nd grade. Our relationship lasted 3.5 recesses, I replied, mimicking an academic tone. Joel shifted his gaze toward an imaginary point on the horizon, as if plotting an elaborate plan of revenge. I'll have to talk to him, he murmured, completely serious, or at least that's how he appeared. After that little joke, we put the conversation behind us and started getting ready for the day. I already had plans with Madeline and Gail, and both of them had agreed to let Joel join us. Well, Madeline had been thrilled. Gail, on the other hand, was still having issues with Joel since the awkward Thanksgiving episode. They never managed to fully explain what happened, but since then their relationship had become distant. Not that Joel had ever been particularly cordial. As they stepped out of the shower, I heard Joel grumbling in his room. Hearing Madeline's laughter, I wrapped myself in one of her large towels and peeked out the door. Madeline was leaning on the corner of her bed, watching him with an amused expression as he paced irritably. She loved to provoke his bad mood. When she saw me, she sat up with a smile and handed me a plastic bag. "Hello," he greeted me. "Here are the things you asked for. Is everything okay here?" I asked casually, though my eyes were fixed on Joel. "Wonderful," he replied sarcastically, pursing his lips. But his expression changed instantly when his eyes fell on my bare collarbones. He leaned closer with a mischievous look, but I gently swatted him away before disappearing back into the bathroom. As I took the hair diffuser out of the bag, I smiled to myself. I adore Madeline, I thought. I'd also packed my favorite leggings, a loose sweatshirt, and a slouchy beanie. Once I was ready and my hair was dry, I gathered Joel and Mads to get going. We were going to pick up Gail in Joel's truck and then head to a fair Madeline had found online. Joel helped me into the passenger seat and paused in the doorway with a crooked smile. He pulled my hat over my eyes and began peppering my face with kisses while I couldn't stop laughing. "You're incredibly adorable," he murmured between kisses. "Oh, please." Madeline sighed as she came up behind us. Joel snorted, but his expression softened as I politely opened the back door for him. I leaned over and kissed him on the nose, then gently pushed him in the chest to get him moving. The atmosphere tensed slightly when Gail climbed into the truck. I took Joel's hand on my lap, and we communicated with small squeezes. Neither of us said much, but I knew Joel well, and I knew he could quickly lose his temper if he didn't control himself. The drive from the university took about 45 minutes. Madeline and I filled most of that time with our endless conversations. When I arrived, I squirmed excitedly in my seat at the sight. Bright lights adorned the colorful game and food stands. In the background, rides spun and soared through the air, while laughter and screams of excitement filled the air. Happy families and young couples strolled leisurely in the sunshine. Madeline and Gail went ahead to buy the tickets, but I stayed behind with Joel. "You have to behave today," I warned him with a raised eyebrow. Joel crossed his arms, his expression offended. "It's not me. It's him," he replied childishly. I leaned closer and rested my stomach against his chest, looking at him with pleading eyes. "Will you do it for me? Will you try, just for today?" "That wasn't fair," he muttered, frowning in the direction Gail had gone. Then he looked at me and let out a resigned sigh. "Okay, I'll try. But seriously, I've been making an effort to be nice. Did you know I got him out of the post-party cleanup?" "Oh, wow," I responded sarcastically. "You helped him escape a punishment that shouldn't have existed in the first place. What a noble hero I have for a boyfriend." Joel burst out laughing and took my hand to lead me forward. "And what a genius with sharp answers I have for a girlfriend," he replied, amused. We crossed under the illuminated archway marking the entrance to the carnival. Once inside, we were enveloped by the bustling crowd and the vibrant atmosphere of music, lights, and laughter. Instinctively, I gripped Joel's hand tighter. He, knowing that crowds made me uncomfortable, began tracing small, comforting circles with his thumb over my knuckles. Madeline and Gail soon caught up with us, already with our ride tickets in hand, and we set off on the afternoon's adventure together. We began by browsing the game stands, watching people try to win cheap stuffed animals that looked like glorious trophies. We had to move in pairs to make our way through the crowd, so Joel and I took up the rear. Then, an idea came to me and I tugged on Madeline's shirt. "Switch with Joel. I need to ask you something," I asked quietly. Joel gave me a look as if he knew exactly what I was up to, but he obeyed, walking ahead of me beside Gail. "What's wrong?" Madeline whispered as we linked arms. "Nothing serious," I said with a mischievous giggle. "I'm just playing Cupid." I discreetly nodded toward the boys. Madeline nodded with a knowing smile, and we walked in silence, watching them. They both walked stiffly, their shoulders tense, their eyes fixed straight ahead, and not a word between them. Apparently, my job as matchmaker was going to require more effort than I expected. The opportunity presented itself when we reached the end of the arcade. The passageway opened onto the amusement park. Gale, clearly more animated, began to look around, excited. "Do you want to ride that one?" he asked, pointing to a huge purple structure shaped like a metal boat. Given the way the passengers were strapped in, I imagined it must be pretty intense. And I wasn't wrong. The craft began to sway to the beat of pop music until, suddenly, it spun completely around in the air. The screams of the passengers could be heard even over the speakers. "I think I'll pass," I said with a grimace, just as a woman screamed especially loudly as she turned around again. "But, actually, Joel told me a while ago how much he wanted to ride that thing." I shot him a look, eyebrows raised. Joel's mouth twisted and he looked at the floor. Yeah, right," I said it, he mumbled, unconvinced. "Perfect," Madeline said enthusiastically. "You two go while Ophelia and I take advantage of this time to have some girl time." The two boys exchanged suspicious glances before walking hesitantly back to the line. Once out of sight, Madeline and I found a picnic table to sit down at. "So, we've barely been able to catch up. How's everything going with Joel?" "I saw that kiss on TV," she asked, laughing. I grimaced. That moment had been broadcast more times than I could count. It even appeared on TSN during the championship highlights. There were a couple of rough patches, but we're doing great now, I admitted, blushing as I remembered last night. Very, very good. Don't tell me you're all ready," Madeline whispered, her eyes wide open. "What?" "No." I shook my head quickly. "Well, we did other things," I added awkwardly. With great difficulty and many awkward pauses, I managed to tell Madeline the gist of what had happened. She listened attentively, helping me complete a few sentences I couldn't utter out of embarrassment. By the time I finished, my face was the color of a ripe cherry. "Wow," he sighed. "And you didn't do anything in return." "That's the problem," I exclaimed. "I have no idea what to do." No idea, he asked in astonishment. "I know the basics," I whispered. "But the details confuse me." "And he's been with other girls, Mads. Girls who probably knew a lot of tricks." Madeline nodded sympathetically, resting her chin on her hand. "I'm no expert either, but I think your man must love it. He likes being the leader, the one who knows, the one who teaches. I bet he's fascinated that you're new to all this." "Do you think so?" I asked with a little hope. "Sure. Take advantage of that. Use that innocent look of yours and let him think he's in control." A commotion behind us made us turn around. Some carnival workers were running toward a rapidly forming crowd. Shouts came from the center of the group, and the tension was palpable in the air. "Oh no," I whispered as I saw a worker push his way through the crowd, and for a second, I saw what was happening. "It can't be." I scrambled to my feet and ran toward the crowd, ignoring Madeline's shouts to me to wait. When I reached the edge of the circle of spectators, I struggled to squeeze through. A couple of elbows nearly knocked me off my feet, but I managed to steady myself until I made it to the center. There, surrounded by the crowd, were 4 men fighting. Among them, clearly, were Joel and Gale, striking the other 2 with an intensity that paralyzed me. Gale's lip was split, but other than that, both appeared unharmed. "Stop this instant," I shouted, taking a step forward. Some tried to stop me, but I nimbly sidestepped them. Joel Moore, stop this instant. I ripped the cap off his head and lightly hit him on the shoulder with it. Joel froze, his fist raised in surprise, and stared at me with wide eyes. He pushed the guy underneath him and stood up just as Gail looked up, too. Hey, gorgeous, Joel said, smiling with feigned innocence as he hid his reddened knuckles behind his back. I ignored the lurch in my stomach that his new nickname caused. What do you think you're doing? I said, lightly punching him in the stomach. Gail appeared at my side, dusting off his clothes just as one of the managers approached with a tired expression. You'd better leave before the police arrive, he said in a monotone, looking at the men still complaining on the ground. Without a word, I grabbed Joel and Gail by the arms and dragged them with me out of the room. The crowd parted instantly, and Madeline joined us as we hurried toward the exit. Outside, I let go of them and spun around to glare at them. Gail groaned as he rubbed his arm. Oh, that's going to leave a mark, he lamented. Don't even mention it, Joel growled. Her little fingers do more damage than they look. What the hell happened? Madeline demanded. I crossed my arms, stood with one hand on my hip and said to them. I'll tell you what happened. These two got into a fight in the middle of the carnival. And now, they'll probably arrest us, give us a criminal record, expel us from college, and without college, we can kiss our dreams, our careers, and our lives as we know them goodbye. Breathe, baby. Joel placed his hands on my shoulders and shook me gently. It wasn't that bad, he shrugged. Those jerks recognized us from soccer and started talking nonsense. We didn't even start the fight, it was that greasy guy who threw the first punch at Gail. That's true. Gail chimed in, excited. The bastard hit me right in the lip. Joel gave a mocking smile. Though it was the only blow he ever landed on you. Gail laughed, nodding. Looking at Madeline, I saw my own astonishment reflected on her face. We both remained silent as they reminisced about the fight, laughing at their own reenactments. Was this really what was going to unite them? Shotgun. Gail announced as he opened the truck door. I gasped when he simply took my seat and slammed the door shut. I turned to Joel, who couldn't contain his laughter at my expression. You wanted us to get along, he said, shrugging. But I didn't think it would happen so fast. I grumbled. Let alone steal my seat. Joel tenderly kissed my lower lip, which was curled in anger. I can kick him out if you want, he murmured jokingly, knowing I'd say no. The return trip was the opposite of the drive to the carnival. Madeline and I listened in silence as Gail chattered away from the front seat. He was going to develop premature wrinkles from frowning so much. Joel, as always, kept his attention on the road, but let Gail go on and on about soccer. He was, literally, an anomaly. After dropping Gail off at his house, Joel drove Madeline and me back to the dorm. He walked us to our bedroom, and when he asked him to stay a while, I took the opportunity to blurt out the question that was burning inside me. What the hell was that? I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. What? Joel smiled as he crept closer. He dropped between my legs and rested his head on my stomach. You and Gail. Are you best friends now? I thought that's what you wanted, he murmured, wrapping his arms around my waist. Well, yeah, I wanted it. I do. I just didn't expect to lose my seat over it, I grunted, feigning annoyance. Joel looked up, that mischievous smile spreading across his lips. Are you jealous, babe? I sneered and rolled my eyes, but he continued, more seriously, honestly, he's a good kid. You should have heard him when those guys started talking bad about the Trojans. He stood up for the whole team. I smiled at the respect in his voice. So, you really like him? I asked hopefully. You said it was important to you, so I'm trying, he replied simply. My fingers slid over the taut muscles of his back as a wave of gratitude washed over me, completely melting my defenses. I was incredibly lucky to have him. I adored him for the effort he put into making us happy. Adored? I shuddered internally. There was that word again. The urge to verbalize what I felt surged from my stomach to the tip of my tongue. Every fiber in my body thrummed, but I pressed my lips together tightly. I couldn't tell him I loved him. Not yet. Wasn't it too soon?